Dear classmates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome you all to join the morning session of today's webinar, which is hosted online by the Ph.D. ELT program under the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Buriram Rajabhat University, Thailand. I'm Vivian, an English language teacher from China, now a Ph.D. student in ELT program, and the MC in the morning session. At the very beginning, I'd like to let you know the timetable of the morning session. At 9 o'clock, Ph.D. ELT program chair will give an opening remark. Then the MC will introduce the invited speaker. At 9:10, lecture by Professor Dr. Luís Miguel Cardoso. 10:30 to 10:45, there is a 15 minutes coffee break. 10:45 to 11:30, lecture by Professor Dr. Luís Miguel Cardoso. 11:30 to 12 p.m., there is a Q&A period, and the PhD chair will give a closing remark. Okay, according to the timetable, it is my great honor to invite Ph.D. ELT program chair, Professor Dr. Akroponumahol, to give an opening remark. Let's warmly welcome.
สวัสดีครับ from Thailand and Ni Hao Ma to my Chinese student, Ming Kalaba to my Burmese student. I don't know how to greet in protocol language, so sorry. I will learn from Professor Luís later on. And so sorry for being late here at this session because of some technical problems. So I just had a chat, a small talk with my president. Buriram Rajabhat University President, Associate Professor Marini Yutopama. She was informed that today we are very honored to have Professor Luís from Portugal, who spare in his very invaluable time coming as our guest speaker today. She is very happy to realize that, and also she asked me to invite Professor Luís to give a special lecture on site at our Buriram Rajabhat University campus in the near future. So we highly hope to have his kindness to come and talk to us in person at our campus very soon. All right, thank you very so much indeed on her behalf. And I'm coming here not just only as a lecturer, but I'm also the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, also the Chairman of the PhD program. On behalf of Buriram Rajabhat University, my faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, and also our PhD program in ELT. We would like to thank you very so much to our academic partners from different universities, both in Thailand and overseas, and also my PhD student, batch 1, batch 2, batch 3, about 21 in total. I think they are coming to attend this webinar. And because I would like to invite all of you, please join me in giving a big applause to express our sincere thanks to our university speaker, Professor Luís today. Thank you very so much indeed. And please be informed that this is the first time to have 3 professors in the same seminar, in the same webinar. This is the first time. In the morning, Professor Luís, and in the afternoon, the other 2 professors. So sometimes I'm actually confused which link we are going to use for this session and which link to that test session. That's a little bit confused about it, so sorry about that. Okay, last but not least, again, on behalf of BRU, my faculty and my PhD program, my students and my academic partners, we would like to express our sincere thanks to our visiting professor coming to deliver a very hot issue topic, a trendy topic relevant to the ELT. We highly hope to have him with us once again in the near future at our EBU campus. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone. ขอบคุณครับ. Please allow me to declare the webinar officially open. Thank you once again. ขอบคุณครับ. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, dear professor. Before the formally starting of the webinar, please let me introduce the invited speaker, respected Professor Dr. Luís Miguel Cardoso. Luís Miguel Cardoso holds a Ph.D. in modern languages and literatures in the specialty of comparative literature from the Faculty of Letters of the University of Coimbra, Portugal. He is a professor of higher education since 1995. He is a researcher at the Center for Communicative Studies at the University of Lisbon. His main areas of teaching and research are science of language and communication, pedagogical innovation, literacies, education, higher education, and social responsibility, and literature and cinema, under which published articles and book chapters and make presentations in many countries. Okay, dear friends, let's formally start the webinar. The topic is intercultural communication and English language teaching. Let's warmly welcome our invited speaker, Professor Dr. Luís Miguel Cardoso, and let's enjoy the feast of intercultural communication knowledge together.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues, esteemed friends. Greetings from Portugal. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you today. It's a great honor to be here. So I hope this is the beginning of a very interesting path of collaboration. And of course, there is always the first step. So let us begin this first step by saying that it is by networking, by collaboration, by creating opportunities that we can go ahead in this very interesting 21st century that is all about communication, education, and collaboration towards 2030. So my dear friends, my dear colleagues, allow me to share a presentation in order to share some highlights regarding this topic that I chose for today's presentation. So first of all, I would like to say that intercultural communication and English language teaching are all about connections between education, culture, and communication. So when we think about how to establish this link between cultural communication and education with ELT, we come across a very interesting path that is common, regardless of continents, regardless of countries. It is uniting us all regarding our common future in this 21st century, because we have a goal, we have a common goal that is the so-called Horizon 2030. And it's all about education for all, quality education. And to manage these goals, we have to establish education as our #1 priority. So let us try to define some landmarks regarding how we can establish this priority and how we can achieve this goal by 2030. So first of all, let us say that to understand ELT, we have to understand the concept of culture and the horizons that we now have in this 21st century regarding culture. So let us begin by this book called La cultura dell'educazione, the culture of education in Italian, that can lead us to a very interesting insight regarding how to connect the portrait of one's country with the language, with the culture, and the landmarks that connects us all in this common goal. Second, when I think about how to create and how to disseminate guidelines and frameworks that can connect us all, of course, we can select culture as one of the most important pillars that can be sustaining this goal for 2030. And then, of course, we have to establish the link between culture, society, and media that allow us to understand how these landmarks are giving us the possibility of connection and to create intercommunication activities. So when we think about culture in education and education in culture, it's not just a game of words. It's, first of all, the meaning of an important trademark that is characterizing this 21st century. And when we think about the cultural perspectives on higher education, we are thinking about how to define these guidelines that can establish this priority. So, my dear friends, let us begin by asking a very simple question. What is the role of the teacher in the communicative approach regarding ELT? So, first of all, of course, setting the communicative context of the lesson and managing learners and creating opportunities for communication, of course, maintaining the learner motivation, establishing welcoming and safe environment, giving instructions, setting activities, monitoring learning and providing constructive feedback. So these are very important and somehow very simple tasks that everyone has to achieve when we are connecting teachers and students. And why are these characteristics so important nowadays? Because these times we're living in this 21st century, have given us a new type of learner, the so-called 21st century learner. And this is a special learner, quite different from the learner we had in the previous century. So this is the learner that connects communication, digital literacy, lifelong learning, self-direction, personal management, collaboration, leadership, critical thinking and problem solving, creativity and innovation, social responsibility, and cultural, global, and environmental awareness. So this 21st century learner is someone who understands that the world around him is always changing. This is why he is an engaged thinker. This is why he is also a citizen, an ethical citizen. This 21st century learner now understands the meaning of culture, the meaning of education, the meaning of communication, and how they are all connected to create and establish very important guidelines regarding citizenship, regarding how to embrace these challenges about new technologies, for example, how to embrace entrepreneurial mindsets that are absolutely vital nowadays, namely from the labor market. So this means that nowadays we have to establish this very close connection between education and communication. So this leads us to literacies and skills for the 21st century. So when we consider what are the most important skills, namely the 4 C's, we think about collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, and communication. So critical thinking is all about discovering, analyzing, and addressing the issues regarding information. So this is where we interpret, we analyze, we become, first of all, a very interested personality regarding information levels and layers. So this means that we need reasoning, we need to construct arguments, we need problem-solving skills, we need to establish system thinking possibilities, for example. So this is why we also need communication as active listening, delivering oral presentations, for example, engaging conversations. This is why we need creativity. We need to generate ideas. We need to explore. We need to encourage our students to discover the world, to discover how to work in a creative way. This is where we find out that collaboration is critical nowadays. So this means that leadership, initiative, cooperation, flexibility, responsibility are all very important things nowadays for our students. So this leads us to the new concept regarding university in a post-pandemic era. Because what happened during pandemic is that we had to deal with a lot of challenges regarding these skills, these literacies, namely from the labor market. And the labor market wants great professionals, but also wants great citizens. And one of the most important things that the labor market wants is that English as lingua franca must be one of the most important deeds and establishes the possibility of becoming great professionals. So the so-called post-pandemic university underlines the idea that English is at the core of this new university, underlies the idea that English is vital for us to become citizens in this 21st century. So the post-pandemic university is all about cultural education and sustainability. So university as cultural rite of passage, as we know it, education as understanding university as an intellectual development, sustainability, when we think about strategic responses to post-pandemic demands and aspirations, and of course, when we connect all this, cultural, education, and sustainability, we are on track with the so-called efforts, challenges regarding this 2030 horizon. So how can we connect cultural learning and ELT in order to establish the most important quality, that is identity? So first of all, we have to think that cultural learning and identity are three parts of a single process. So when you think about how to reflect on your relationships, on your histories, values, identities in relation to learners' ideas and practices, and then we recognize and engage multiple ways of knowing, then we understand the differences, we assume heterogeneity. Then we allow opportunities for learners to ask and answer their own questions. Then we engage families, we engage communities, we partner with community organizations. And of course, we understand that everything about culture and learning leads us to the construction and to the so-called identity. So how do we understand identity in this 21st century? So we understand identity according to the so-called levels of culture. So this means we have to define what is cultural knowledge, what is cultural awareness, and what is cultural competence. So this is a portrait of this very important challenge established by Nguyen that allow us to understand how ELT is the basis to create these three levels of culture in this 21st century. So as we have been seeing, culture has different layers, culture has different mindsets, different frameworks, different guidelines, and it is quite dynamic. So culture has to be understood as a process. So when we think about knowledge culture, for example, we think about education that is connected with knowledge and culture. Because when we think about lifelong learning and all the steps that are required regarding this lifelong process Of course, this involves and invokes the so-called need for process methodology. This is where literacies and education come across to create new opportunities. Namely, when we think about how technology is changing the way we are addressing culture and the way we are addressing education. This is where, for example, big data can give us a lot of influences and create new expectations regarding these knowledge borders. So how to understand, how to value, how to establish the priorities regarding ELT as a lingua franca, how to think about English as lingua franca nowadays, how to think about how our universities and higher educational systems think about ELT. Well, it's all about knowledge. Let us just remember the words of Marcus Garvey. So a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. So this means that if we want to understand the value of our language today, we have to understand the past. We have to understand history. We have to understand the origins. And this is where language and culture connect. So when we connect all this, we get the so-called triangle of our society landscape that unites education, technology, and culture. So this is the basis for our 21st century. And when we think about the benefits of engaging our students with new perspectives, with new methodologies regarding skills and literacies, for example, we see this as an opportunity to give our students possibilities in order to them to understand that this is a very challenging century and they have to establish priorities for themselves in order to create a lifelong process of learning to learn possibilities. And of course, this creates in our classrooms a unique possibility to develop multicultural awareness. So we have to encourage our students to accept differences, to accept cultures, to accept identities. So when we think about the benefits of this multicultural awareness, this helps to build international network opportunities, for example. It gives several perspectives to students, but also to us teachers and researchers. It builds critical thinking abilities, and of course gives exposure to different cultures and helps to understand common problems. So all this happens in our classrooms. All this happens in our teaching and learning experiences regarding English. So when we think about education and culture in the classroom, and when we think about how to connect all this, first of all, we have to understand our students, because our students are different from one another. So we have to understand the differences. We have to understand their characteristics. We have to analyze each portrait. We have to analyze each background. We have to analyze what are their expectations regarding ELT, for example. So understand your students is the first step to establish a path regarding success in ELT. Then we have to identify strengths and weaknesses in our classrooms. We have to organize discussions, namely with our students, in order to evaluate methodologies, in order to analyze what are their expectations, for example, regarding technology. Because our students today are very keen on technology. They like new methodologies that are connected with technology. So we have to encourage our students to bring their expectations and their connections with technology inside the classroom. So this means that we have to encourage students to share real-life experiences as well. This creates a bond between the classroom and the world that is outside. And when our students begin to understand the need to create this bond between our classroom and the world outside, so this creates a great opportunity for us all. So allow us to think that when education and culture meet in our classrooms, we can, for example, plan group activities, we can organize events and seminars, we can promote cultural storytelling, we can celebrate native festivals and schedule monthly cultural day. These are very common activities in order to promote culture and a language. We understand different learning styles of students. So we begin to understand multiple layers regarding our classroom. And in order to establish this connection with our students, we establish these key benefits of multicultural education. So when we think about what is a multicultural classroom, for example, well, these, of course, allow us to think about the benefits of creating several paths regarding culture, regarding communication and education as well. And of course, it exposes students to various cultures. It fosters tolerance and acceptance in a learning environment, helps in building an international network, and teaches multiple perspectives regarding this new approach. So the role of education in promoting and preserving our culture is, of course, the most important thing that we have to establish as a background regarding our classrooms. And of course, education brings awareness. And with education, a comparative analysis of different cultures can be done. And education brightens, of course, our views. Education helps us to convey our cultural message. So education and culture are connected. And in our classroom, students understand that communication, education, and culture are all three pillars regarding this 21st century. And this is where ELT is so important, because education helps preserve culture. Education helps transmit culture. Education helps promote a culture, for example. Education helps students keep up with cultural changes. Education helps people mold their personality. Education helps restore unity in the human race through the diffusion of culture. And education helps remove cultural lag. So this 21st century is quite challenging, dear colleagues. This 21st century is all about how we understand these new challenges, because the nature of the pillars sustaining our modern society is now changing. For example, we now have much more information to deal with. We have more platforms. We have social media. We have more information and communication technologies. And of course, we have the complexity of an heterogeneous and constantly changing social relations. And this is affecting the way we address curriculum, for example. And we also agree that we have an endless flow of information that is transmitted through multiple channels and platforms. This is a huge challenge for our students. So there is an urgent need for education and pedagogy to cope with these transformations. And of course, we also have to cope with these transformations as well in our classroom. We also have to cope with these pillars, these new and modern pillars, namely when we think about the influence of new technologies in our pedagogy, in our educational system. So this 21st century is indeed inviting us to understand how we can connect in a different way with our students and how we can address the so-called 4 pillars of education. And the 4 pillars of education that are also connected with culture and communication are learning to know, learning to do, learning to live together, and learning to be. And learning to be is a core concept that brings together all the previous ones. So, my dear friends, when we establish these priorities, when we establish these 4 pillars of education, learning to know, learning to do, learning to live together, learning to be, these are the pillars with which we can enlighten our students. These are the pillars to create and support this new society, this 21st century. And these are the pillars for the new architecture that we have in this 21st century. And this is also changing the way we see, for example, our degrees and our curriculum. And the curriculum nowadays has to be flexible, has to establish a great connection between knowledge, skills, and literacies. This is important for our students to learning to know, but also learning to do, to get to the labor market and to engage with different situations. So one of the most important lessons that we have learned from the COVID-19 pandemic is that we have to be flexible. We have to adapt. So our students have to understand that resilience, creativity, and innovation are very important nowadays. And these are very important characteristics also in ELT. So as we said before, we have this new focus, and this new focus is Horizon 2030. So in Europe, the European Union has placed the focus of the teaching learning process on the student. This is the so-called Bologna process. And this is a huge transformation regarding how we understood education, how we understood our educational systems. And this is a new portrait regarding how our students are now the heart and the soul of our classrooms. And this is also true when we think about teaching and learning English. And when we think about teaching and learning English, that is, of course, vital for this 21st century, we are engaging with the acquisition of skills. And these skills that are absolutely vital for this Horizon 2030 are now creating a new framework also for the acquisition. And this type of acquisition is more autonomous day after day. And this is according to UNESCO, according to the OECD, and of course, according to the SDG horizon, when you think about quality education. So Horizon 2030 is all about this new focus regarding teacher and learning opportunities, regarding the way we are addressing pedagogical innovation, the way we are addressing the role of students in our classrooms. So Horizon 2030, of course, is bringing us challenges also when we think about ELT, because nowadays we need personalized teaching strategies. As we said before, our students are heterogeneous, are different from one another. They have different characteristics. So we need to personalize these teaching strategies. Then we have to think about collaborative teaching and informal teaching as well. And why? Because collaborative teaching and informal teaching are very important guidelines for us in this 21st century, because we can connect, for example, problem-solving teaching and project work that are so important for the labor market by encouraging communication and teamwork in our ELT classes. So we have to constantly motivate our students. We have to cultivate creativity. We have to cultivate innovation. We have to establish that technological knowledge is vital in our classrooms, and our students expect from us to be up to date regarding information and ICT. So this is why virtual reality, for example, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and immersive learning strategies are so important nowadays. This is why we have to think about how to incorporate these new possibilities in EdTech in ELT. So how to connect these technologies, these challenges, these new education horizons in ELT. So this means that we have to address curriculum in another way, in a creative way, in a flexible way. So we have to value, for example, metacognitive skills. We have to promote learning without borders, without frontiers, without barriers. And ELT is vital for all this. So nowadays we have the possibility to engage with our students without space and without time frontiers. Because now we have our in-person classes, but we also have online classes, and we have hybrid possibilities as well. So we have 3 lines that can be connected regarding ELT. And this is, of course, happening because also the portrait of the so-called 21st century teacher is changing. So the 21st century teachers will not be proficient in every topic of the curriculum, according to Bull and Gilbert, but must become experts in figuring out, along with their students, how to do something, how to find out something, or how to use something to do something new. So a key part of their role will be to model confidence, openness, persistence, and commitment for learners in the face of uncertainty. So these are very important challenges, my friends, regarding ELT. And of course, when we think about these pillars, education, cultural, communication, how we understand their vital role in this 21st century, we come across one of the most important frameworks we have today, that is the OECD Learning Framework for 2030. And the so-called Future of Education and Skills 2030 reports on curriculum redesign addressing 6 common policy issues. What students learn matters. This means that we have to establish a 21st century curriculum. And the 21st century curriculum connects, as we said before, knowledge, skills, literacies, values, and principles. Then we have to analyze the so-called curriculum overload. Sometimes our curriculum is so heavy for our students. So we have to create a way forward. So our curriculum has to be more flexible. We have to create a new type of changing mindsets regarding curriculum, redesigning procedures. And of course, when you think about equity, for example, equity through curriculum innovations, it is so important nowadays. When I think about curriculum flexibility and autonomy, when I think about the connection between values and the curriculum, this means that, of course, knowledge is one of the most important pillars we have. But in this 21st century, values are absolutely vital for our students to be great citizens. So we need an ecosystem approach to curriculum redesign and implementation. We need to establish new guidelines for this 21st century. So in recognition of this complexity, we have been analyzing the Education 2030 definition of curriculum aims to be inclusive. This means covering both the formal curriculum and the hidden curriculum, multi-layered, scoping different aspects of curriculum and covering both mandatory and non-mandatory curriculum content. It has to be dynamic, has to be holistic and multi-directional. This means taking an ecosystem approach to curriculum rather than a linear and industrial model as we have been working in the previous century. So the challenges we are facing today, of course, are leading us to concerted action among international, national, and local organizations. We need to establish lines of thought and intervention that can respond with quality and adequacy to the enormous challenges that our century brings to our teachers, brings to our educational systems, and brings to our countries. So we have to think and rethink education, pedagogy, and literacies that are truly necessary for teachers to be empowered, trained, and prepared. And if we have empowered teachers, then they will be better teachers regarding our students' expectations. And our students' expectations nowadays are high and demanding. So our core conclusions regarding the importance of curriculum by connecting communication, education, culture, and ELT are as follows. Curriculum is a powerful lever for changing student performance and well-being and for preparing students to thrive in and shape the future. Education systems need to reform their curricula in order to connect knowledge, principles, values, literacies, and skills. People increasingly need social and environmental awareness, as well as the ability to cooperate, negotiate, and find creative solutions to new and old problems. And of course, the content of today's curriculum lags behind evolving societal needs, is a major challenge experienced by countries and by jurisdictions that are keen to adequately prepare students to shape their future and thrive. So, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, this is indeed a challenging century for us all. This is a challenging century for education, for culture, and for communication. And it is a challenging century for ELT. English is, of course, vital in this 21st century. English is vital for our students, but we also have to understand that knowing and mastering English, it is very important, It also has to be connected with major new education policies. And most of all, we have to change the landscape we have nowadays in our degrees that have a type of curriculum that belongs to the past. So the curriculum we want is a flexible curriculum. The curriculum we want is a curriculum that can be understood as a game changer, that can be understood as a passport to help our students to engage with the labor market expectations and demands. The curriculum we need is a flexible one, is a curriculum that can incorporate skills and literacies for this 21st century. And of course, we have the heart and soul of our educational systems. And the heart of soul of our educational systems is, of course, and indeed belongs to our students. So our students must be our top priority. Our students must be at the core of these changes, because if we want to succeed in this Horizon 2030, then we have to establish education as our national priority. We have to establish this connection between education, cultural, and communication in our classrooms, in ELT, because students think and believe that ELT is, of course, the basis for their success in their careers, in their personal lives, in the way they are addressing the community challenges. So ELT is so important nowadays that has to be analyzed and has to be enlightened in a different way. So let us try to work together to create new opportunities to analyze with our students better ways, better paths regarding these new possibilities, regarding this Horizon 2030, because Horizon 2030 is all about cooperation. So my dear friends, my dear colleagues, it was indeed a real pleasure to be here with you today, and I hope we can discuss further these challenges of this very demanding 21st century. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you so much for your informative and beneficial lecture. It is of paramount significance for our further research, especially for our ELT innovation. Thank you so much. Okay. Do you have any questions, my dear friends? You will be free to ask Professor Luís Miguel Cardoso. We can change our ideas.
Dear Professor. Oh yes. Maybe you first.
Yeah. You go ahead.
Dear Professor, it's very insightful lecture, and we are very honored to be your participants, and we learn a lot from you. So what I want to know a little more about is the identities in ELT, something a little bit about, please share identities. I've read that we have identity issues in ELT textbook, or yeah, thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much, my dear friend. It is indeed a huge challenge for us all to try to analyze how to create interesting methodologies regarding identity in our classrooms. It is one of the most difficult challenges we have, because to understand identity is to understand for example, how language and culture are connected, how language and culture are connected in our countries and how they create our national identity. This is one layer of the problem. And the second layer, of course, is how this identity is also the same identity or different identity from one community to another community. Because we can have in our country different communities, we can have different regions, different districts, and the portrait of this identity can change. And then we have another layer, the layer of our educational system, because our educational system, of course, has national guidelines. But these guidelines are thought to be common regarding all districts, all regions, all schools, and sometimes policies forget that our classrooms are heterogeneous, are plural. And so we have to understand that in our classrooms, each and every student has its own characteristic, has its own identity. So when we connect these layers, we establish priorities. So we have to know our students, we have to engage with our students, we have to establish what are their expectations and how we can connect with them in ELT. So this is the place, for example, to use new technologies. This is the place to use, for example, the expectations that our students have regarding new pedagogical innovations from our side. So we need to dialogue, my dear friend. So the answer is cooperation, co-creation of opportunities, and establishing new paths regarding the students' expectations towards the definition and respect of cultural identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Good morning, Professor, all my teachers and colleagues. I'm Mary, a student from Batch 1. I'm from Myanmar. Thank you very much for your insightful and fruitful lecture, Professor. I have got a lot of ideas and knowledge from your lecture. And the last statement I like most is that you show in your PowerPoint that the content of today's curriculum lags behind evolving social, how should I say, social need or social needs. The topic of my dissertation is analyzing the ELT curriculum prescribed at present in Myanmar, Professor. But when I make an analysis and collecting data like interview and survey question, I have to know a lot of challenges from my teachers and students, especially I think because as Myanmar is a developing country, we how should I say, we lack in technological knowledge, and most of the teachers are not expert in ELT fields, and mostly they have to, at present, we have to face teacher-related challenges. Although our students can follow what the teacher can give them, but we lack of, how should I say, human resources to be able to teach our students to engage, to be innovative methodology or like this. But why we have these challenges, when I asked them, they told me that they will have to face a lot of, how should I say, they told me that like external related challenges like classroom and class size like this. So they they are not expert in ELT. when we will have to face. And the second one is like our professor said, we don't have the chance to use flexible curriculum. We will have to follow the curriculum set by, how should I say, in our country, we have a board of study. We will have to teach according to the curriculum board of study set for every department. We have a centralized system. So in this condition, many teachers will have to face how to overcome these challenges. Sometimes in some places, some students are how should I say, lack of competence in English skill, especially in the border area. They cannot, how should I say, engage the curriculum like this. The teachers in English department, English teacher will have to face so many challenges in ELT. And so many, then the next one is most students didn't have, how should I say, the extra connection with the English-speaking country tourists like this as a developing country. And because of the present situation, most of the students didn't have extra, how should I say, experience. Just only in the classroom, they will have to teach and listen English language. And they for the student, they will have so many challenges. For the teachers, so many challenges because of curriculum, external related challenges, teachers related challenges, students related challenges. In this situation, how can we, English as a non-English specialization, contacts English as an EFL classroom, as an English teacher in teaching EFL classroom, how can overcome these challenges? Professor, my question is, thank you.
Thank you. It is a very interesting question, and it is a very complex question that you have established here with us. So let us try to focus here on some key points regarding your question, some challenges. So first of all, we are talking about curriculum. So this is the first very important challenge we have. Of course, we all understand that we have national policies, we have our national educational systems, we have our national curriculum that we have to obey, we have to follow, of course. But this presentation that I made here today is questioning, namely, according to the OECD principles, the need to create a new type of curriculum. So this is something for us to think about. This is the need for us to think about how to create a curriculum that has the ability to be dynamic, has the ability to be active, has the ability to establish new connections with the labor market, to establish new connections with, for example, the new technologies that are now reaching our classrooms. So this is, of course, something that has to be decided by our education ministers. So it's not up to us to decide, but we can do something. Yes, we can do. So we have to analyze how to comply with these national policies on one hand, and on the other hand, we can think how I can create and establish a new and innovative atmosphere in my classroom. So this is the second pillar regarding your very interesting question. And the second pillar is all about teacher training programs. We need good teacher training programs in order to give teachers the new skills and the new literacies that are required for this 21st century. namely to understand the use of digital competencies, the need to understand how we can use this informational flood that we have nowadays, how we can analyze information, how we can detect biases, how we can separate true information from fake news, for example. This is what media literacy is all about. And it is also very important for our students. So teacher training programs can create opportunities for teachers to develop their competencies. So this is where conferences and webinars and workshops like this one are so important, because during these conferences we can share best practices, and you have you have personalities from different countries that are here connected by the internet, and we can exchange ideas. And you can say, this is what happens in my country, and I can tell you, well, this is what happens, for example, in Europe. This is what we are doing in Europe. We are creating a curriculum that has to be flexible, has to be able to incorporate innovation. Otherwise, the curriculum stays monolithical, cannot evolve, cannot be dynamic. And if we have a curriculum that cannot evolve, then our students cannot evolve as well. So we all want our students to succeed, right? So if we want our students to succeed, they must have the possibility to engage with new methodologies. And this is where, again, teacher training programs are so important. And we have to address this common challenge, that is to create a curriculum that can be innovative. I know what you mean when you say that you have to comply with your national policies. So what can we do? We can create opportunities in our classroom by establishing an equilibrium between the national policies and new methodologies. For example, you can follow the guidelines of your curriculum, of your national curriculum, but you can incorporate new methodologies. When you think, for example, about active methodologies nowadays, when you think about the flipped classroom methodology, for example, when you think about digital competencies that are so important nowadays, like using social media, like using ICT in our classrooms. So all this can help you change the landscape of how curriculum can be addressed. So we are not changing the national curriculum, we are respecting the national curriculum, but we can change our methodologies. And what is happening nowadays is that our students need creativity, need innovation in our classrooms. So on one hand, we follow the national policies. On the other hand, we have to be creative. So this is the equilibrium we need to establish. And when we create this equilibrium, then we are on track with these 21st century challenges that you mentioned. And you are quite right. These are huge challenges for us all, not just for your country, but for all countries. Because Horizon 2030 has a common goal, that is quality education and education for all. So this means that we have to be all united. This means that we need guidelines, international guidelines, to be well established, well defined, and then we have to connect these international guidelines with the national policies. And then we have to connect these national policies with the needs of our students that are different from one community to the other, from one district to the other. So we have to respect, for example, cultural differences. We have to respect geography. We have to respect different language capabilities and competencies. So when we understand the complexity about changing the mindset about curriculum overload, for example, this is one of the most important things that we have to think about, is to dialogue with our students, and to engage with our students in a creative way. And you can do this because you have the opportunity with your PhD to talk with your colleagues. You have the opportunity with your PhD to talk with your teachers. With your university, you have the opportunity to be connected with different professors and different researchers. You have the opportunity to collect data for your thesis, for example, and you can analyze the data that is collected by you, and you can think, according to this data, we need to improve or to follow this guideline, for example. What have I learned from the data mining? What have I learned from the data collection for my PhD thesis? A PhD thesis is a very important pillar in our lives, not just our professional lives, but also our personal lives. The PhD thesis is something that can help us understand the role of the teacher in this 21st century. So you can do a lot for you, for your community, for your school, for your university, for your country as well with your PhD. So I would like to say that it is, first of all, a word of encouragement that I would like to give you to continue your studies, to continue your PhD, because with your PhD, you will help develop education, cultural, ELT, and you'll be a valuable asset. You'll be a valuable contribution to your country. So keep studying, keep being innovative, keep following your curriculum, of course, but also understand the need to change, understand the need to create and use new methodologies, and also engage with your colleagues, with your teachers, with your university professors, and also with speakers from different countries, for example, and understand how other countries are thinking about curriculum, how other countries are thinking about ELT, for example. All this can help you. It is a very complex question that you shared with us, and it has a lot of things in mind. I know you have a lot of things in mind. I tried to make it short, but we can engage in a future connection, and we can establish further dialogue in a next webinar, or even by email if you wish. So all the best for your PhD thesis.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Any ideas to exchange? Okay, thank you so much again, Dr. Luís Cardoso. Thank you very much. Okay, please let me invite our chair, Dr. Akroponima Hong, to give us a closing remark for the first morning session. Let's warmly welcome.
Thank you so much. We very appreciate your insightful talk. Your special lecture today is very wonderful and very informative, and of course very useful for my PhD student. I think that whatever spoken by you today very applicable to the studies of my PhD student. Thank you very so much indeed for your kindness. Even if now in Portugal, I think it's about 3 a.m. in early morning. It's a very good time for you to sleep, but we interrupting you by inviting you to give special talk to us. We are very appreciative, sir. So we highly hope to have you with us at BIU, our university campus, and I think it's more very interesting than online session, I would say. Now it's about, I think, 3 a.m. in Lisbon, the capital city of Portugal. Thank you very so much. You feel very sleepy, I guess. And now you might be getting back to your bed, and take care. And please do come to visit us at our university in the near future. We will definitely invite you, sir. On behalf of the president of our university and on behalf of the dean, I would like to, and my student as well, we would like to express our sincere thanks to your kindness Thank you so much and take care, sir. Highly hope to see you in person soon. Thank you so much. And please allow me to declare the first session of webinar officially closed. And from here, we will have a coffee break for just about 10 minutes, and then we get back to resume our session. We are very honored to have Professor Mood from Indonesia. She is a very good friend of Professor Luís as well. I was introduced to Dr. Luís by Professor Mood. Thank you so much indeed for this. Thank you once again. I will see you after coffee break. Thank you. Enjoy your break. ขอบคุณและสวัสดีครับ Thank you so much. ขอบคุณครับ Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, professors, invited speakers, all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the second webinar for today, and I will be your MCs for second webinar. And I'm Cardoso from Myanmar, PhD student from batch 3. The second webinar title is Playing with AI to Investigate Human-Computer Interaction Technology and Improving Critical Thinking Skill to Pursue 21st Century Age in ELT Classroom. First, let me invite Assistant Professor Dr. Agraboneme Hall, and also Chairman of ELT program, and also Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences from Buriram Rajabhat University, Thailand, to give an opening remark. Dear Professor, please kindly turn on the mic.
Yeah, Ming Kalaba to my Burmese student who is the MC today. Ni hao ma to Vivian and Crystal residing in Thailand now, and Scott now still be in China. And ni hao ma, I highly hope that the internet system in China will be okay. And my first batch student Mary, and also my colleague Dr. Rajabhat. Now he is in another city. He assigned by me to attend the international conference in other university. So he still attend this. Thank you. And of course today something a little bit changed because of some conditions, but we just keep it going. All right, we don't want to stop. We want to move further, even if something happen. We understand the situation in terms of time differences between Thailand and Portugal. All right. Now in Portugal is early morning at about maybe 3 or 4 a.m. I don't think it's easy for us to wake up in the early morning and talk to other people. It's very abnormal, right? So that's why he stopped his talk a little bit early. And it is very, I would say that it is very fortunate for us to have Professor Mood to talk in the morning session, even if her session is in the afternoon. And when Professor Luís showed the last slides, thank you. That made a signal he is going to end his talk very soon. I just talked to the first MC, Vivian, what we are going to do? Something changed. So that's why I just keep talking to Vivian and talk to Crystal. Normally, Crystal will be the next MC, but unfortunately, because she got sneeze, she got the cold, so she changed immediately by asking Ong Tae-soo to work on her behalf as the MC. Oh, wow, very challenging this morning. At the last, Ong Tae-soo, he has no choice, but must accept the request given by Crystal. You can see now Crystal with the mask cover. Take care, Crystal, but She told me that she will try to be the MC in the afternoon session. Let's see what will happen. But we are ready for changes. That's very challenging for us. If we can solve a problem that reflects something like a wisdom with mindfulness, if we can solve a problem with mindfulness successfully, that's very good. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Mood, and so sorry for switching your session from from afternoon to the morning session. Thank you so much in this for your time. Professor Mood is a very good friend of mine, even if she never talked to my PhD student online. It is the first time for her and for you to meet each other. But Professor Mood already invited to give a talk at our last international conference organized by BRU last year online. And the second time is she was our featured speakers, delivering a very trendy topic when we joined the conference with Laos, with Suparnawong University Laos PDR, I think last 6 months. She was invited as our featured speaker. Yes, not just only this, but our approaching international conference that will take place on 15 February. She again kindly accept our invitation as featured speakers. So if it is possible, Professor, we would like to see you in person. Last time you can say that, oh, I cannot join in person because of COVID-19 pandemic and other things, but now no COVID at all in Thailand. Yeah, so you are invited to give a featured talk at our conference in February in person. We highly hope to have you in person at our campus. All right. The topic that will be spoken by Professor Mood today is very interesting and also very hot issue, very trendy. She is going to talk about AI. AI is very, it's a very useful application for us to study ELT successfully. So we have 3 key terms that will be spoken by Professor Mood. The first one is 21st century. And the second one is AI. And the third one is ELT. So I'm waiting for that. I would like to listen how she merged together these key terms together. That's very challenging indeed. So now it's good time for all of us to listen to the special talk by our professor on behalf of Ph.D. program at Buriram Rajabhat University and also the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. Thank you very so much for your invaluable time coming to give a talk today. I would like to invite all you, please join me in giving a big applause to our invited speaker today. And please allow me to open the second session of our webinar. Thank you. ขอบคุณและสวัสดีครับ
Thank you, Professor. So let me let me read out the brief biography of the invited speaker, Dr. Mudmena. She is an assistant professor at Universitas AI Asia Mandar, West Sulawesi, Indonesia. She is a lecturer, global speaker, and international leader. Some of her achievements at her university. She was also the chairman of the Indonesian language department in teaching, training, and education faculty, also public relations at her university. Excuse me, directors of Women's Center Studies, Deputy Director of Quality Assurance Unit at our university. Currently, she is the Deputy Director of the Language and Character Development Institute at our university, and she's also active as international member, international coordinator conference, and international trainers, and much more. She's also the winner of many more than 95 awards in the world, such as Outstanding Professor, Outstanding Leadership, Best International Influencer, Best Emerging Professor of the Year, International Award for Working Women, Best Speaker, Best Global Outstanding Education, Innovations, and more and more. She is also a member of the United Nations Volunteers Roster. She is on the advisory board of Indonesian Education Share to Care Volunteers. Her interests and doctorate areas are developing instructional material, TFL, ICT in education, digital education, and cyberpedagogy. She is ready for international collaborations and teamwork. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our invited speakers. Yeah, dear Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon from Indonesia.
Oh, what time is it now in Indonesia?
And now we are 12.
Okay, okay. It's lunchtime for you, I guess. It's lunchtime for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I did my lunch when you are coffee break.
I see.
Having my lunch.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, good afternoon. And then Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for your kind invitation. My dear Professor Ajaran, for your kind invitation, and also for all of the PhD students that you are attending in this wonderful class. Because right now, you know, this is the webinar for international class, and then I know this is one of the event. It will be also included in your accreditation, and then for the international lecture, this is one of the supporting you to get A plus, maybe inshallah A plus accreditation for a PhD student in this university. So well. Before I'm going to start our class today, I want to ask all of you for PhD student, have you ever used artificial intelligence in your class, in your teaching, to support the student English as maybe for you in your country, English as a second language, but in Indonesia, English still as a foreign language position. And what about you, Mem Pipian or Ang Tatsu? How to spell? Mem Mary?
It's okay, Professor.
Yeah. Have you ever used or practiced this artificial intelligence in your class? I mean, that maybe for your student.
Not yet, Professor. Actually, we have heard, but actually, we can apply it. So I hope also after this webinar, so we have some idea to help our students to use AI in our ELT class. Thank you, Professor.
Very good. So all of you use a laptop. Yeah, because I will share to you some of the artificial intelligence link, and we can practice to use. Okay, it's okay. We must have a deal before. And then I have also some question after my presentation. I hope all of you can answer. I have already sent to in the chat box, but this is in the last before we end our meeting, our class for today. You must be give your ideas about what our class for today, our material. Okay. I hope you can focus. We will use some of the application. There are two I will introduce to you. Artificial intelligence, some of them, and then one of virtual reality. I will explain step by step to you, and I hope okay. And I hope you can be how to say, you can be a practice also in your class, or maybe for your how to say, your research as PhD student. Okay. Allow me to share my screen. Yep. Okay, this is about yeah, the first slide is about me. I know that it will be already presenting by my handsome moderator. Ang Titsu. I don't know how to spell. I hope I pronounce well your name. Yeah, this is my
great.
with my profile, and also my research ID. You can find me over there, my Scopus, my Allsheet, my Sinta. This is Indonesia Ministry of Education. We are in the home base of our ministry, and everything we are as a lecture connected to our ministry platform. Yeah. So well, for today, before we are entering about the ELT itself, that you know, we are right now in the our majority about English language teaching. The first of all, we must be understanding about the Sustainable Development Goals. This is related to the number 4 about quality of education. The very important thing about the quality of education, this is about how we are help our students to acquire basic literacy and numeracy. Right now in Indonesia, we have so many challenges about literacy. And I know based on the PISA rank, maybe 2 weeks ago, that, you know, Indonesia is still in the low in literacy. Unfortunately, this is a very bad information to you, but this is the reality of the condition in our country. We are very low in literacy, of course, in numeracy also. Don't ask me about English. Of course, English also we are still very low. And most of my students in my university right now, they are very hate English material. Yeah, I will be explained to you one by one. So, regarding about the quality of education, you know, we are as educators, we have many responsibility. Not only about how we are transfer knowledge, you know, we are as educators, not only about we are transfer knowledge, but because education, this is the holistic process, not only about knowledge, but also how we are as educator help our students to increase or to develop their character, behavior, and then attitude, moral, and value. So that's why in Indonesia right now we are changing our curriculum, namely Merdeka curriculum, and then insert in our curriculum or in our learning outcome about how we are as educator develop our student character, value, moral, and so on about the character. This is namely profile Pancasila. So this is the quality of education, actually the basic foundation, how we are designing our classroom with the activity, the activity to make our students more enjoy in the classroom. They are enjoy, they are happy, they are have good emotion, positive response. This is the first duty for us as educators. But sometimes we didn't care or we don't care about that. We just wanted to transfer the knowledge. The student know all of about our material. They answer the question very well, and then without we are giving them the 21st century skill that, you know, Professor Luís already explained about the very important of the 21st century skill. And also in my topic today, we are also discuss how this is English related to the 21st century skill, and what should we do to help our students to achieve or to pursue their 21st century skill. Yeah. So this is the very important one. So next, about because we are in the, I know you are in the faculty of humanity and science, and then this science, this is very good subject when very good major or faculty, because we are as educator, we must also having our teaching science, and we must understanding that we are teach the human. So that's why the human, this is different with robots, you know, because robot, yeah, you know, robot, they are only the machine. But how right now we are do a collaboration, the collaboration between human and robot itself. So let's have a look one by one here. There are 5 the highlight issue before we are going to entering the artificial intelligence concept and where the concept come from in English language teaching before we are right now in the artificial intelligence. The first one, we have a look the highlight issue right now in education. The first one, of course, about artificial intelligence. This is the new trending, the sexy topic. Yeah, I say this is the sexy topic. If you wanted to write an article, this is a very sexy right now about artificial intelligence. Whatever your majority, we are in English. We are use also the keywords of from computer science to collaborate between the computer information or the technique information and combine to our major English language teaching. So well then, artificial intelligence, this is the software, only the tool, only a media and technology that we use to support our student English. Because, you know, like in my class, most of them, when we are introduce them, hi student, today we are going to study about English. And the grammar, oh my God, they will be, oh no, we don't like grammar, we don't like tenses. This is a very challenge. This is in my class. I don't know what about in your class, in your student. If we have the same condition, this is the favorite one. They will be when you are use this artificial intelligence, they will be have good emotion or positive response. But let's see. So mobile technology right now, this is the trending also. The accelerated digital transformation, not only about the artificial intelligence, but also about mobile technology. Right now, everything on mobile, everything right now based on the student smartphone. Also, we are also handle our activities, our class by using the smartphone. We can teach anytime and anywhere like today. Yeah, today we are in Thailand. We are a mobile teacher or mobile lecture. Because right now we are doing so many collaboration, we are connected globally, and then we are support each other globally, Asia, Euro, USA, and soon. So that's why this is mobile activities or mobile the technology. Before COVID-19, we are not, or we don't understand, or we don't accept namely remote teaching, virtual classroom, distance education. But now, if you are climb our activity by using online for your accreditation, it will be accepted. It's okay. Because right now we are adapt with this culture. We are adapt right now with information, communication, and technology culture. Even we are attending our course, webinar, seminar, international webinar by using online. When you are propose your certificate to get your point, it is accepted. But before COVID, we don't know about this one. We must spend our money to go to another country, to go to another island, to attending the webinar only 2 hours, and we must spend a lot of money. So this is, yeah, I don't know what about your opinion about this one, but this is this condition really helped us, like me by myself, because you know my university, this is not the biggest and the famous university in Indonesia, but by this condition we can get our position together with the famous university. So this is the benefit when we are doing our mobility together and we are having our collaboration. Like today, I am here in your class, Ph.D. student. Without our activities and without we are having to be adapt with this condition, maybe I cannot in front of you to share about the some of the point related to artificial intelligence. And of course, in this mobile technology, like in Indonesia, in my country, we are redesign our curriculum. So many right now happening because before we are redesign our curriculum, because most of the teacher, they are teaching their student by textually. Textually, this is mean that in the textually context, most of them, they just following by textual, by using book, for example. If the student answer not the same with the book, for example, of the textbook, the student will be get wrong. But right now, we are actually in the contextual. The student can share their ideas, developing their ideas, but the core of the highlight of the material still there. Also, this is the happening in my country. We still the same, because most of them, they're still teaching textually based on the book language. The book language. You must have the same punctuation, the capitalization, for example, when you are answering the question by the text. So this is still happening in senior, junior, until right now, maybe in high school, still happening. So that's why we must be redesign our curriculum, and most of us still adapt with this new situation, new condition. About injected technology here, after we design the curriculum, of course, we need to know, we have responsibility right now, how to teach, how to training our students to use this technology. And of course, our educator, the lecturer, we must be also training them how to use this technology, because most of they don't know about the technology itself, maybe. Or the second one, they know the technology but don't know how to use. For example, artificial intelligence, we know, yeah, this is artificial intelligence. But how we use in our classroom, maybe for writing, maybe for critical thinking, or maybe for speaking, because some of these artificial intelligence, you can be used maybe for writing. You have also one of artificial intelligence. For speaking, like Elsa, you can go download it in Google Play Store, and then this is not expensive. This is cheaper in Google Translate. In Google Play Store. Like Elsa, when you use this Elsa to speak, this artificial intelligence will correct your pronunciation. This is one of the artificial intelligence that we use for English language teaching. So infused, hybrid, or blended environment. Right now, we are in the HyFlex, hybrid flexible learning environment. Before that, we identify and we know about blended learning. And the second, we are in the hybrid learning. Hybrid, we can be designing our activities maybe for meeting for online, and then a 12 meeting for offline. But in the HyFlex, everything changed. We are not designing anymore. We don't have any target how many meeting we can do by online or offline. But this is depend on the student situation, the student need, and the teacher need. For example, we are designing, we have been planned. In this semester, we have meeting online only 4. But suddenly, we are as educator, we have invitation to some webinar or something like that, meeting or something like that. And then we must still arrange our meeting. Of course, for online, now we'll be going to 5 or 6. So this is the HyFlex learning model. We are out of our plan. We plan 4, but in reality, we do 7 or 8, online or offline. I think this is about the HyFlex learning environment. So the third about infused smart digital classroom management. When we are talking about the management, of course, this is related to educational management, or this is university management, and the teacher curriculum or syllabus of the lesson plan. So for infuse smart digital classroom management in this topic, I wanted to introduce to you, namely triple quantum. The triple quantum, this is namely quantum learning, quantum teaching, and quantum technology. Or right now we are in the quantum computational quantum. This is based on the computer science term. So quantum learning, the way we are learning, we must change. Right now we have so many tools of artificial intelligence, so many media and the technology. So that's why the way we are learning, we must change. Why? Because right now, everything quickly and very fast. We must be integrated everything to make our job more effective, efficient, and flexible. This is about the quantum learning. And the quantum teaching, of course, the way we are teaching, we must change because our students, they are different with us. They are the Gen Z. They are born digital. They know smartphone. I'm born 43 years ago. We don't have smartphone in this era. In my era, we don't know smartphone. We don't have smartphone. We don't have laptop. Yeah. And of course, the internet in the Google that you see right now, Google have billion information. In my genre, yeah, in my era, the Google Scholar, the Google still limited information. But right now, oh my God, everything there. Yeah, this is the difference. So what about right now the student? Our student, they are different with us. They are born digital. They are the Gen Z. They are only can focus with you only 15 minutes. After that, they will be doing many activities. So that's why we are as educators, when we know our student, the condition, the generation, so we must change the way we are teaching. It must be student-centered learning, of course. The student must be construct their knowledge by themselves, not give from the teacher the lecture. So this is the condition, but this is the reality. This is in fact. You can test in your class. If you are talking more than 15 or 20 minutes, they will be, oh my God, what should we do now? And blah, blah, the activity. So the next about the quantum technology. Of course, the quantum technology, this is very important. So the teacher must be going to be digital right now. The student also must be going to be digital. For educator, we must be, how to say, improve ourselves, improving our skill. This is namely TPEC, Technology, Pedagogical, Content, Knowledge. How we are connected our material with the technology. Because sometimes we know this is the technology. We know A1, we know artificial intelligence, but we don't know how to connect it with our material. This is the example. And then mobilize e-learning. Of course, some of the country, maybe some of the university, of course, in Indonesia, we are mobilized e-learning. I mean that here, we cannot be accept many students from another country, and they are only working on the LMS. It means that they are the student, or we have a course only in this LMS. Without meeting like this, they just following, they are just reading the material, and then they are answering the question. Of course, this is, we are mobilized e-learning. I think this is also legally, yeah? When you show your achievement, your certificate, you are, as a student like me, I have joining my course in Australia, and this is legally, this is accepted. Even I'm not going to Australia, for example. So accelerated learning. This is the very important thing. We must be accelerate our learning right now. We must have namely self-direct and self-determined in learning or autonomy in learning because the information so fast. We have so many friends right now, international friends and international activities. And then that's why we must be accelerate the way we are learning right now. We should be also be adapt with this, the condition. So the last in infuse smart digital classroom management. Right now, the condition, not only the student must be going to be digital, also the parent and our staff. So it should be, we must training them about this condition. For example, in university, we have LMS. So that's why we must training the staff to how they are operate this LMS and also for the teacher. What about the parent? The parents have so much hard work when we are in the pandemic COVID-19 because most of the school, they are moving to home. And of course, the parent must help their student. And after that, right now, also the parents still also must be guide their son or kid at home to monitoring about the use of the technology itself. Because, you know, yeah, there are many also, we must aware about this technology. And then, yeah, about the criminal in the virtual harassment also. So that's why the parents still doing monitoring with this situation. The fourth about the cybergogy. Cybergogy, this is the theory from Wang and Kang. I hope you can Googling Wang and Kang. This is about the when you are combined between pedagogy and the technology itself. You know, in education, we are having namely pedagogy, pedagogy, and then I forget one. We have, and right now we are in the cybergogy, cybergogy term, yeah, cybergogy area. In the cybergogy, the era of the cybergogy right now, this is not about we are prepared about the pedagogy itself and the technology, not only about that we incorporate technology, but how we are supporting our students to have namely metacognitive skill. This is not only for the student, but also for us, knowing how to learn. For example, we get some information, we must be knowing and learn by ourselves. Yeah, yeah, everything right now, freedom to learn. You can have so many resources right now. Yeah, we have a Google, we have also ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, and many more. This is your help to improving your metacognitive skill. And the last here about the sixth industry revolution. What is about the industry revolution? The sixth. Right now we are in the sixth. Right now, human and machine, we have harmony and collaboration. When we ask our student open, download this application in the Google Play Store, they will be doing so fast and quickly. This is different when we are before COVID-19. When we ask them, what is the name of this application? How we use blah blah blah. There are so many questions. But right now the student will be downloaded, will be following our instruction more easy than before. So this is normally we are going to sixth industry revolution. So in this situation, we are also encourage our students to make informed, ethical decision without losing sight of the overall picture about how right now we are having collaboration with human and machine. And then This is our topic about playing A1 to investigate human-computer interaction. I will be connected in this our topic, English language teaching. Let's have a look one by one. Our menu today, we have three, the highlight menu. The first one about why we do need the 21st century skill. I know Professor Luís have a little bit information, have a little bit shared about the 21st century skill, but in this session, we are only focused to critical thinking. So the second one about instructional design aggregate into blended learning. This is I will be shared to you how you are connected your material with the artificial intelligence. And in the last, this is about an investigating human-computer interaction in the classroom or in for English language student. So this is the 21st century skill. Yeah, right now we are connected globally. And then right now we have be adapt with the condition about our knowledge, our skill, our work habit, our character. And then of course, we must be critically to be successful for today's work. Why this is a very important, the work habit, yeah? Because everything right now change, we must be adapt. We use so many platforms, we use so many technology, we must be read so many resources. This is maybe will make you confused, but I hope you still focus like your major, because we are right now. I know you are a Ph.D. for ELT student, but you can do so many research regarding about our topic. Maybe you are looking out or you wanted to investigate the student character or the student interaction by human computer and many more. So in the simple term, definition of the 21st century skill, this is about the skill. We must have the skill because we are connected, globally active, and then we are digitally transforming, doing so many collaboration. Maybe for the next, we can have a collaboration between student, PhD student in Thailand, in Philippines, or in Europe, or in Armenia, or in Indonesia. So we must be adapted this quickly condition. And then let's see what is actually the 21st century skill. Sometime maybe we just remember about this term, yeah. The 21st century skill, actually, there are three taxonomy. The first one about the learning skill. The second one about the literacy skill. And the last about the life skill. In the learning skill, the majority disease or the highlight skill you must be mastery or your student, we must be develop our student. The learning skill about the communication, doing collaboration, critical thinking, to be creative, and also the student computational thinking. This is computational thinking, how to use the technology, and then how they can be understanding the technology, the benefit of this technology to support their skill, to support their life. The second one, literacy skill. This is about information literacy, media literacy, and the technology literacy. Now, this is a very important also. Because right now, we have so many information and we must be filtered which one of the fake information or the true information. And then everything right now, we must be identify and analyze very, very detailed. And the last about the life skills. Of course, the life skill, this is about flexibility, adaptability, leadership, and responsibility. About the leadership and responsibility, this is also very important skill because we are as educator, we are actually a leader in our classroom. And then how we are also simulate our student, their leadership, we must be designing the activities in the classroom by grouping our students. You must ask them to building the group because in the group, they will be have a leader, group 1, the leader group 1, the leader of the group 3 and the group 2 and soon. So this is very important. We are grouping the student because we are training them how to have responsibility, how they are building team, how they are doing collaboration by this condition. Initiative and self-direction, and also about cross-cultural interaction. I think this is also a very important thing because this skill, when we are understand each other, of course, we will be get more harmony and still connected with the people all around the world. Yeah, you know, about cross-culture, for example, about our time, you know, Portugal different with us. So that's why we must be understanding and we have this life skill. So we need the 21st century skill because, yeah, I hope you can be also understanding about this skill, why this is a very important and how we are as a teacher training our student with this 21st century skill, their communication, their collaboration, their critical thinking to be creative and innovative in the classroom. So we see that here about the concept of the 21st century skill, because right now we have so many responsibility, not only for ourselves, but also for our school, our family, our society, and then our nation. Yeah, you know, Professor Luís have also explained about how to be good citizen by this 21st century skill. Yes. So everything right now connected with the technology, but we know we still believe the technology only the tool and the media, and everything the successful you are as a teacher, all of in your hand to make your student more successful for their future career. This is for the example how we are integrating 21st century skill into our teaching and learning process. I divided into 3 domains here in academic, social, collaboration, and civic. And of course, I believe all of the PhD students you are attending in this international class, you are actually practice the 21st century skill because you are in this position, yeah? You are participate as a member local, global, and digital society. Of course, we are 21st century skill. And what about in academic? In communication, demonstrate the ability to solve problem solving, use a higher order thinking skill, or utilize the technology. For example, in communication, we training our students how they are doing communication in manner, how they are communicate with their the same age with their friend for the lecture or for the more younger. So this is also for the communication. And then in academic, the communication, this is not only about speaking, but also everything. There are 3 domains of communication: writing, orally, and then the body language. So we must training our students also to do the communication. I'm gonna share my story about my student in doing communication because you know they don't like English. I have student 40 last year, I have student 45 in the class, and then when we wanna ask them to representing their English performance in the front of the classroom, from 45 students, maybe only 3 or 5 students be active, and 40 just be silent. when we point and we are mention their name, oh ma'am, sorry, I am anxiety, I'm not confident to speak, blah, blah, blah. There's so many reasons for the student. Yeah. So how we are solve this problem? Because they don't want to representing in the front of the classroom. Even we are give them motivation. Okay, you coming here, I give you candy. I will be appreciate you. I bring candy. I bring a biscuit. Oh no, they don't want to attending. I'm shy. They are very shy. And the second one, they don't want to get discrimination or bullying from their friend. Now, this is my investigation for my student itself. Then, from 45, only 5. So what should we do? We have the solution because they don't want to representing in the front of in the classroom. So I asked them, all of them individually, they must be practice their English, recording themselves, and then upload it into the YouTube. So all of the students, 45 students representing their performance in English, and then they are uploaded into YouTube. Actually, they are confident. They cannot be representing because they are alone. They are in the front of their camera, their smartphone. They are record, and then they are training themselves how to pronunciation in good, in excellent pronunciation. But we must be give them the tools and the application that really help them. For example, by using Elsa to training them how to having good pronunciation or speaking. So this is the example when we are handle our class in the big member of the student. Without technology, without YouTube, without smartphone, by recording by video, we cannot be identify our student skill, because right now most of them are very yeah, you know, they don't want to when they are just representing opening, so many students will be bullying. Oh my god, your pronunciation not correct. Oh my god, blah 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 blah. They will be lose their concentration. So this is the example of my class. And the second about the social collaboration, for my student, we are very luck about this condition, very low, because the collaboration actually, because we are in the 21st century skill. I hope all of you can do international collaboration for the student. As the lecture, for example, as a teacher, you must building up, upgrade your community into the social collaboration, international collaboration. So collaboration and demonstrate adaptability, because right now we can do many things by doing collaboration, like collaboration in research or collaboration in teaching. For like today, we are actually doing international collaboration from Portugal, Indonesia, and then from Armenia, Euro, and Asia. This is one of our collaboration actually. So congratulations, we are in the 21st century skill, because we do so many activities right now related to the 21st century skill. So for the 21st century skill, this is for us as educator. This is the skill and behavior that we know we must think again right now. Let's have a look one by one. Learning is no longer a solo activity anymore. So that's why we should be designing our classroom. We should be designing the activities in the classroom more interesting to engage our student more active, and then related to the student-centered learning approach. You know, in my university, we still have some lecture giving dictation to the student. They dictation to the student to write the material until 3 hours just to write dictation. This is very bad, actually. Most of them, oh my God, ma'am, we have one or two lecture, they are give us the dictation. This is refers to the teacher-centered learning approach. I think this is not connected right now with the condition for today. Today, we must training our students to have that autonomy in learning. Because, you know, the teacher is no longer the only person in teaching. We have right now Google. We have right now Google Scholar. We have right now BART, Google Artificial Intelligence, and so many. So many, we can have so many resources that we can be used as our learning tools. You can also use by Pinterest, or use Instagram or Facebook. Right now, social media also, yeah, you can see that there are so many the social media right now upgraded as a learning resource, yeah, learning resource. And the next about learning is no longer passive anymore. So that's why, yeah, this is a little bit a challenge for us. We must be designing our activities not the same for each week. Maybe in the first week, you ask your student to use artificial intelligence, for example, or for the next meeting, you ask them to use environment as a learning resource. Yeah, you bring your student from the class, you bring them in outdoor study. I think when you see my Facebook, I actually do that. I ask them, we are going to use the garden, for example, and we are having our class there. And then, yeah, there are so many environment that we can be used. Maybe in the beach, you can use also the beach as your class, in the garden, and so many things that you can do. This is to get your class more active, and the student more behaving enjoy when our class in the different situation, not only in the class, in the room, but we are out of. Books are just the start. That's why I mentioned before, unfortunately, in my country, there are so many teachers, they are only teaching their students from only the textbook. They are not improved, or they are not combined from the Google or the Google Scholar or the article, or combining them from so many research. This is only the textual, only one book. They are not compared to another book, and etc. So that's why this is namely the textual. So right now we need to be our lecture, our student, and the teacher, they are contextually. And the last, teaching is done beyond the classroom. So that's why when we are practically about the 21st century skill, there are so many things we must change, of course, in our classroom. So right now, the technology in education, I think that this is so many benefits. This is personalized learning. We have laptop, we have tablet, we have smartphone, and then we have a video chat program. And then, you know, the technology, this is not only about the tools anymore. We can use them as our teaching material. Have you ever used ChatGPT, Ma'am Pipian? ChatGPT? No. You must use the ChatGPT now. Mr. Angte, so also you must use the ChatGPT because this is good assistant for us. Also, I introduce my student by using ChatGPT because when we are explain to them about the tenses, hey student, this is the tenses, blah 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 blah, they don't understand. But when they are searching by themselves, they are Googling by themselves, they are finding the definition, the example, they will be having good memorizing. Why you not use ChatGPT? ChatGPT we can use as a learning material, as the teaching material. When you are right, ChatGPT write to me the 100 example of tenses past tense. They will be right so fast, so quickly. You can try now. Yeah, this is the training of the ChatGPT. And also ChatGPT will be help you, but you must have good interaction to use this ChatGPT. Always ask the ChatGPT, write or rewrite. Write the questionnaire, for example. Write introduction with academic excellent writing type. So they will be right. After that, you can be paraphrase or read again, because this is the matching, and human have a little bit different when they are generate the text. Yeah, this is the example. So before the artificial intelligence itself, yeah, we know right now about the social media. Before COVID, the social media that we use, this is only for entertainment. But right now, we use a social media like Facebook. You can Googling in the Facebook, ELT training. You can go to this group. A poem in English. Oh, we have so many poem. A poem in Facebook. Poem group, yeah. This is the Facebook. A seminar, webinar, and many more example, Facebook. Instagram. If you Googling the Instagram, maybe before COVID, we know just Instagram, this is only for e-commerce, like e-commerce. You can buy and sell. Or Facebook also buy and sell in this platform. But during the COVID-19 and until right now, this is also becoming as a learning resource. Pinterest. Also Pinterest. There are so many poems in Pinterest, so many story in Pinterest. You just write the keywords, all of them, and you can searching and you can Googling, and you can find, and then you can be joining in this group. Yeah. So this is the adaptability right now about this the technology from the social media, from the media and the technology, and then we use social media or ICT, and then right now we are in the artificial intelligence generation. Yeah, this is some of the benefit of when we are use this technology. And then what about in Indonesia, in my country? This is when we are still COVID-19, that actually we are support the student and the teacher to incorporate media and the technology in our classroom. So the question, what about if we don't have internet connection? Yeah, but this is later. We will discuss it. So right now, this is the culture of our learning. You can see in this slide and pay attention. The way we are access information, yeah, before COVID, or yeah, we still in the 5 or 4 industry revolution. We push model of accessing information. Right now, we are full model of accessing to access the information. Yeah, this is some of the differentiate between the way we are right now in learning, from conservative into the new culture of learning. And in the curriculum, we just prescribe the resource and curriculum, but right now we are doing by ourselves the media production and cognitive artifact. So, for example, our curriculum may be just only to ask the student to answer the question. Yeah, answer the question maybe in the multiple question or essay question. But right now, this is not only for that. We can also, the student have their artifact. They have namely their product. For example, by using YouTube, they're representing their English in YouTube. They're representing also their creativity, their creativity in writing poem, for example, or short story or drama by using Instagram, by using Pinterest, or by using Facebook and so many social media, or by using right now artificial intelligence. But artificial intelligence, this is only for the chatting or a conversation. So let's have a look right now. Our assumption in learning before we are learning by acquisition. Right now we are learning by doing. We are not only to give the student the explanation and the definition. Hi student, this is the grammar. This is the formula of the grammar. But they will be doing. And soon. There are so many here that we know learning by doing. This is a refer or regarding for the student-centered learning approach. Learning context, yeah, maybe we are emphasized on the formal learning, but right now we are also emphasize formal and informal learning. Formal and informal language learning approach. By using the technology, the student also can be learned by themselves, not only in front of the teacher, but also whatever they are, anytime and anywhere. This is by using the technology. Okay, now we are going to the second topic. But before we are entering, this is the second topic. If you have question, yeah, you can write to chat box, or we must finish all of the presentation, or how? Mr. Aung Tetsu, we open our question and answer before we are moving out to, we have two more topic.
So dear participants, we have two more topics from the professor. So please feel free to ask any question. So you can chat in the chat box, or you can turn on the microphone and ask questions. And the floor is yours right now, all the participants, before we go to the next part.
Yeah, this is the first topic about why we do need the 21st century skill. We bring out the concept of the 21st century skill, and right now we will be designing our classroom, and then we'll be introduce you about the artificial intelligence. So while I am presenting, you can write your question, okay? So we will be answering.
Yeah, dear professors, until now we have no question in the chat box. So
we move.
Shall we continue?
Don't worry, we move.
Yeah.
So right now we are moving out to the second topic. This is the choice of instructional design. Right now, I know when Professor Luís explained, giving the presentation, Ma'am Pipian or Ma'am, no, who asked the question about the curriculum, okay? Yeah, maybe I will be connected about the curriculum here. The first thing to do, yeah, here, the first step here, my learning strategy, we must be identify our learning strategy. Maybe Ma'am Pipian, are you, or Aung Tetsu, are you visually, are you auditory, or are you psychomotory? Learning style. Ma'am Pipian, are you
So me,
auditory? Yeah.
I'm auditorial and visual, and I'm a mixed one. So even though when I was young, I'm an auditory, and I like listening to music, and I can learn the English through music. But when I grow up, so I got a mix because of the different factors that I came across. I came through, right? So every day is changing, right? So I can change my learning style, but instantly, actually. Based on my instinct, I'm audio and visual learners. Thank you, Professor.
Oh, we must identify ourselves before. What about you, Ma'am Pipian? Ma'am Mary, or Crystal, Scott, or Francis Abuso? Can you open your camera? Ma'am Mary, are you auditory learning style? I mean that if you are auditory, when you are listening the material, it will be good for you. Then you are looking out in visually, maybe a picture or film. Yeah.
Mix, Professor.
Yeah, mix. Or kinesthetic. Sometimes we are listening, we are writing, and also we are also watching.
Yes.
Yeah. But which one the most?
Visual.
Visually. Yeah. So auditory, Mary, visually, Ma'am Pipian, are you auditory, visually, or psychomotoric? Kinesthetic?
And then Frances Abuso, sorry to mispronounce your name if I make a mistake. She is also a visual learner, and also she likes writing and viewing videos. Thanks for your sharing.
Okay, now, before you are starting your class, in the first meeting, yeah, sometimes in the first meeting, we are just introduce each other, something like that. You can share the questionnaire to identify your student general characteristic, their learning style. This is a very important thing when we wanted to designing our material. Yeah, so we should be identify and understanding our learning strategy based on our learning style. So we can be identify also what kind of the strategy that we can be more learn better. Or namely here we are in the metacognitive skill, knowing how to learn. Yeah, this is the first. And the second, we can be choose our learning theory, for example, by using constructivism, John Dewey. Like in Indonesia, in my student, when we are talk too much to the student, they just listening here and then out from here. No memorizing. After we talk and we ask, oh, they just, don't remember. So that's why the constructivism, this is one of the learning concept, the typical of the learning theory that we can be used in our classroom. They are finding by themselves the knowledge. We just give them some of the instruction and they are working. After that, they are representing. The next, you can choose your instructional theory. For today, I wanted to share to you about the ASSURE. This is ASSURE, actually the acronym. I will explain after this. And then our instructional design by Gagne, for example, or whatever your designing your activities in the classroom. Maybe we are incorporate the technology in our classroom or so many games or use social media, for example. But you can be designing your activities, your instructional design, And this is namely student-centered learning approach. The more active in the class, this is the student. Yeah, 90% the student active. The next, you can maybe choose your learning or your class. Maybe you designing by blended environment or by using e-learning. Maybe we are in the HyperPlex learning environment. Like in my classroom, we are use HyperPlex, hybrid flexibility. Because sometimes I have meeting like this, like for today, for example. So all students, actually today our plan in the syllabus or in lesson plan, we are actually in the class, but I have meeting, urgent meeting, blah, 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 and something like that. We do it. This is HyperPlex, hybrid flexibility learning environment. Or you have e-learning. Yeah, e-learning, maybe we have Google Classroom, for example. This is also e-learning, the simple e-learning. This is for student individually. Because for LMS, this is not for student individually. Big LMS, this is for all of the teacher. Google Classroom, this is for individually. Sometimes we use Google Classroom, or maybe we are use another application, but I think Google Classroom, this is a very simple when we use as our e-learning. Now, this is the assure model that actually when we wanted to designing our activities in the classroom, there are so many considerations we should be understanding. This is the assure. Assure, this is actually the acronym from analyze learner. So that's why I'm asking you, your general characteristic. You are auditory, you are visually, or you are kinesthetic. Most of us, we have this is triple, the three of our learning style. But maybe sometimes we have the most. Like me, I'm very like when I visually, yeah? When I have so many visual, a picture, color, and this is will be improve me, will be help me to more understanding. This is the example. So this is the very important. Assume this is analyze learner, yeah, the A1, and then state objective, select method, media and material, utilize media material, require learner participation, and in the end of the semester, you can evaluate. This is assure. This is the very important thing. We must identify and analyze our learner before we are entering their competence. For example, in my class, when I identify my student, most of them, they are visually and auditory. So that's why when we give them the material from YouTube, they are very engaged in the classroom. But when I explain the material, they are not focused. They are more like when they are YouTube. So that's why I combine. I just give a 10-minute explanation, and after that, the YouTube will be doing maybe 20 or 25 minutes. So right now, there are so many studies support YouTube as a teaching material. And this is a very effective. You can also use in the classroom by using YouTube. Why YouTube? They have the music. Yeah. Of course, YouTube. This is actually the native speaker. Yeah. So that's why the student will be easy to modeling their language because they have a tutor from YouTube. This is different from my generation, my era, because in our era we don't have internet connection before, so very difficult when we wanted to practice our language to be adapt our action. like the native speaker. But right now, it is very easy because there are so many the native speaker, the tutor, they are sharing their material, their class in YouTube. This is happening when we are in the COVID-19. They record themselves, then upload it in the YouTube, blah, 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 and then it will be becoming the resource. So right now, all of my material, I use YouTube. After YouTube, the student will be practically by using artificial intelligence. And after that, they will be practice by themselves by following the native speaker from the YouTube. They imitate the way they are speak, their action, and many more. This is very effective. The second one, this is about the state objective. Yeah, because my student, most of them, they wanna how to speak, improving their speaking skill by using English in the classroom. But they don't wanna to happen many time, rest time. You know, they wanna be quickly, instant. They wanna be instant to be mastery like the native speaker. Oh my God. They wanna be fast. To be more fast, to make them more faster, we should be helped by using the tools of the technology, use YouTube and use artificial intelligence and use some of the platform from Google Classroom. Yeah, because they want to be fast. We cannot, we just available in the classroom only 2 hours. But by this technology, they will be available 24 hours. Anytime, anywhere. When the student having lunch, having dinner, they cannot be open their smartphone and learn while they are doing any activities, and then they are also learn. Yeah, this is happening right now. We do so many activities, we are multitasking. We do so many activities, so many in one action, yeah. State the objective, yeah. After you identify your student, their characteristic, and then what is their lack. For example, my student, they wanna be master in speaking, but they lack for vocabulary, tenses, and many more. So we use YouTube to help them. So after that, we select the method and material. For example, we choose YouTube, yeah? We choose YouTube, we choose artificial intelligence, and the materials, maybe we use not only by the book anymore, we can use ChatGPT. This is for right now, yeah? And then we are utilize the media and material. We are prepare our environment that I mentioned before. Maybe we are use e-learning or blended, hybrid or hybrid learning environment. And the next, of course, we are require learner participation by doing discussion, grouping them, building small group activities. Why? Because we wanted to training them about the 21st century skill. Doing collaboration, doing discussion in the classroom. It will be support their leadership, the life skill, student life skill. They are building community, they are building their teamwork, and also their leadership. How they can have responsibility to their group. Yeah. And then in the end of the semester, we can do the evaluation. We see the student artifact. The artifact means that here, for example, in my classroom, I asked the student to write their short story by using virtual reality. So they have their short story in the virtual reality. This is the student artifact. I will also share to you the virtual reality before this, after this. Let's have a look. This is last year. There are 100 tools that we use in our classroom. So I'm asking you, all of you, Ma'am Pipiam, Ma'am Mary, Aunt Su, Where is this? Where is the student? Crystal, Scott, and
Scott.
Frances. Which one that from this tool that you use? Facebook, of
For
course.
me,
Yeah.
yeah, Zoom, and PowerPoint, Microsoft Word, Wiki, right? Wiki,
Yeah.
and then Google,
Durgaryan,
and
email.
yeah, and Viber, Facebook,
Yeah, Facebook,
and what Google Classroom, and then
WhatsApp. Okay.
where is it? There are
Pinterest.
so many
Yeah, so many that
apps
we
I'm
use.
not
Yeah.
familiar. I'm not familiar with, right?
Some of you are not familiar. Like this is Duolingo. You can use Duolingo. Yeah, to helping your student
yeah.
about the grammar or the tenses. Pinterest
And very simple one, Gmail.
Yeah. Quizlet. This is for designing car. If you wanted to designing car, yeah, you can use this Quizlet. Of course, quizzes for assessment. Yeah, we having quizzes here. Mentimeter also, this is for assessment. Kahoot also for assessment. YouTube for the material. We having also Canva right now for presentation. Not only by using, like today, we still use PPT, PowerPoint, but the student right now, they are familiar by using Canva. So, you know, in my class, I'm not use anymore LCD in my class because the student have smartphone. They are creating their presentation in Canva. They just say it, their Canva link in the WhatsApp group. We don't need anymore, namely LCD. When we ask the student to presentation the paper, for example, right? And then, yeah, this is just ideas for you if you wanna also to do. Yeah, it's okay. We have also high H5P here. Also, this is a good a platform. This is some of actually regarding to improving the student English. But from 100 here, nothing mentioned artificial intelligence. So that's why today we are going to practice by using artificial intelligence. Wait, because we still have some of this is regarding of the curriculum that I mentioned before about the Gagne 9-event instructional design. Why this is constructivism theory very important? The first one, this is because interactive learning. So this is increase the student engagement, motivation, and then the learner more active and support the student-centered learning approach. This is the theory from Jean Piaget and John Dewey. And you can Google the constructivism theory. This is our father, our grand theory from Jean Piaget and John Dewey. So Gagne 9-event instructional design, this is the step of our activities. The first one, we can be asked the student to gaining attention, maybe by us breaking. We give them quizzes by using Mentimeter or quizzes. Inform the student the objective, stimulate recall of prior learning. We ask the student to recall their prior knowledge before we ask explain about our material. Present the content, of course, we are, as a teacher, we are presenting. And then we are guiding our student. Ask them to do the practice, feedback, assess performance, and enhancing attention and transfer knowledge. This is the student creativity, doing creativity, innovation. They are sharing their artifact. And the last about the Bloom taxonomy. You know about the Bloom taxonomy. Sometimes we are still doing lower order thinking skill. We just ask our student just to remember the material, to understand the material. we forget to help them how to do creativity and analyzing. Their creativity, for example, the artifact, they must be having a product. Yeah, maybe because we are teaching English, yeah, maybe doing dialogue or conversation, or they are making a poster, and the poster will be uploaded into the Pinterest. Do you have Pinterest? If you don't have right now, you must install right now Pinterest, because this is very good to designing poster for the student creativity. Let's have a look about the Bloom taxonomy. Why we must be understanding the Bloom taxonomy? Because critical thinking, this is the 21st century skill. If the student have higher order thinking skill in the critical thinking, they will be have good communication, they will be have creativity, doing collaboration. The very important 21st century skill right now, this is the critical thinking. This is based on my investigation. So I don't know if you are doing, maybe you find some, but this is from my study before. I find that if the student have their critical thinking, they will be doing good communication, also having good collaboration, and then they can be create their artifact, their creativity or doing innovation. So let's have a look about the Bloom taxonomy. For example, if you ask your student, "Hey student, please describe about the tenses," for example. What is tenses? What is a past tense, for example? When you are asked them to describe, to identify, you just in this lower order thinking skill, you just ask your student to remembering. Yeah. So you can use the technology here by using Quizlet. That I mentioned before, Quizlet, this is by using Quizlet, this is a card. When we wanted to use card, ask the student, maybe before we have this application, we had card from paper, but right now we have card, digital card by use this Quizlet. And the second one, if you ask your student to do summarize and explanation, you just in this understanding. And the third, you ask your student to apply to construct the product and then doing role model. Yeah, you are still ask them in applying. The next, analyzing. Analyzing, we are entering higher order thinking skill. We must ask them to analyze, to compare, to construct, and to deconstruct. This is by using mind master, for example. You know mind master? This is mind mapping. For example, today we have our material about climate action in English. You can ask your student to collect the vocabulary regarding climate action. After they collect the vocabulary, they must classification the vocabulary into the mind master or mind mapping. They are mapping their vocabulary. Yeah, they're mapping by themselves. After they use this mind mapping, they will be write their sentence. After that, they will be write their text and then their dialogue. The dialogue, this is the student artifact product, because they must be practice their dialogue, and then their text, they will be formulated into a poster. Yeah, the poster, how to right now we must be reduce the climate action, for example, by using poster. And the poster you can designing and you can share the student poster in the Pinterest. So the student have three artifacts. In one material, your student have their mind mapping. Their mind mapping, they will be explained their mind mapping, then upload it into YouTube. The student will be explained. We are from group 1. This is our topic about climate action. The climate action from group 1 about the weather. And then this is our mapping about the weather. So in the mind mapping, there will be classification, good weather and the bad weather. So the mind mapping, they will be uploaded into YouTube. So this is the first student product or student artifact. The second one, they are writing their text about the climate action. And after that, they will be share their promotion, how to reduce or how to save our world, our world, and then reduce the climate action by using poster, and the poster, they will be uploaded into Pinterest. And the last, they are writing the dialogue or conversation. So the student will be practice their English, the performa regarding climate action, and then upload it also into the YouTube. This is namely sustainable learning. So they share it. They just not only having their knowledge, but also they are share how to save the world. So you are as educator, you as a teacher, you are doing excellent activities. This is,
dear professor, let me disturb. Please kindly give us a lunch break.
okay.
Actually, it is it is nearly what about 12 in Myanmar. I think in Thailand nearly 12:30.
Okay,
So we will meet at 1. Please give us 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
10 minutes. 50 minutes.
Okay. What about others? Okay. What about others? So, what about Crystal, Vivian, and
after this, we are entering to practice. Yeah. How many times still have to representing? Because after this, you must having your lunch before, because we are doing practice after this presentation, after this subject. Okay. How many minutes?
So,
how many minutes you are taking a break, and then how many minutes my time?
Okay. So let me check. Actually, actually we have at 1 we have another invited speaker. So I think it's a good idea. Just take a break for maybe 7 or 10 minutes. After that, we will come back. 10 minutes. Okay. Okay. Dear participants, it's time to have 10-minute break. I'm sorry, Professor.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay, so enjoy your break.
10 minutes,
okay.
I will be come back, okay?
We will come back. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What time now? We still have 30 minutes, okay? Before you are entering the next lecture, okay?
Section, yeah.
Oh my God. So we will win this practice. I think we have 2 hours and 30, so that's why I'm still having so much explanation. But right now we are going to, right now we are sharing. Actually, when we wanted to use artificial intelligence, I continue. This is regarding about the edutainment or education entertaining concept. So that's why when you are use some of the tools, the technology, like by using Pinterest, by using Instagram, or by using YouTube, or artificial intelligence, or many more, the application quizzes, Quizales, and the 100 that I show you before, this is the concept. This is from edutainment or education and entertaining concept. Why? Because when we are practice this edutainment or education by entertaining concept, it will be, you are as educator, as a teacher, you will have your learner construct their knowledge by themselves. Yeah, this is the benefit. And yeah, this is regarding of the theory from educational computer games from 1970. Actually, this is the old theory. And then right now, we are having the constructivism. So by using games-based learning, we have affective engagement, behavioral engagement, cognitive engagement, and social cultural engagement. That actually this is have so many benefits when you are changing the way you are teaching and also the way you are learning right now. Yeah, of course, the student in my class, they are hate English very much. They don't like it. But when we are practically by using game-based learning, so many application, we give them so many application in English. Of course, by using artificial intelligence, they are more inject and yeah, they have a good progress. So we are in the last topic right now. When we are while waiting your next lecture, this is the entering about the investigating human-computer interaction in the classroom. I know this is maybe not familiar when we are talking about human interaction in English teaching. Actually, this is the term from computer science, but I think it's okay because we are also use this. We are human, and then we are doing many collaboration by this technology. So let's have a look from John Dewey. Why right now we must change the way we are learning. If you are not familiar or never use ChatGPT, you can use after this class. Yeah, if we teach our students as we talked yesterday, we rob them tomorrow. So that's why we must change the way we are teaching because our students, they are different with us, and then they are connected globally, they are mobile, and they are have smartphone. I think most of the students, they have smartphone right now. Like in my area, a smartphone, this is a very important tool right now. Yeah. So this is our student, the millennial. You see, most of them, they are browsing social media. So that's why the social media, they are changed and be adapted as a learning resource. Before that I mentioned, social media, this is just for entertaining, just to sharing our selfie, our wealthy, blah, blah, blah. But right now, most of the social media right now are doing reformation. They are as also the learning tools. 22, they are watching the videos. So that's why you can use YouTube. Why? Because this is our student style, learning style. They are more interesting when the material we are sharing by YouTube or video. Because everything there more contextually, not textually, more context. When we are just explain from the book, for example, when we are explain about tenses by using Betty Asar book or Raymond Murphy book or another book, this is textually. So by using a YouTube, it will be contextually. So the last, online shopping, I think this is for the e-commerce, but right now they are mostly the student shopping. This is not about the costume, but this is about their learning resource. They are shopping artificial intelligence, for example, They are shopping ebook by PDF or joining course online material. So this is the concept of human-computer interaction. Right now, actually, we are moving out to human-robot interaction. The human-computer interaction, this is when we are having planning, doing, evaluating, and implementing collaborative computer device for social use. Right now, we are bringing this human-computer interaction into our social activities in our classroom. We are right now evaluating the student assessment by using computer or by using some the application, by using Excel or by using statistic SPSS, for example. And then artificial intelligence or virtual reality, there are so many research and studies supporting by using this A1 and VR for the English student. It will be help them to more understanding the English material. And then how we bring up connection in language, yeah, because we are ELT Ph.D. in language. This is from computer assisted language learning. This is the grand theory. And then this is the grand theory when we are use computer assisted language learning. This is before we have namely smartphone. Yeah, because we still just have our computer right now. And then yeah, the student have listening, speaking, pronunciation, vocabulary, reading, and so many that we can be help the student to improve their knowledge. So this is the web. Don't worry, my PPT. I have shared to our professor, to your dean, and it will be shared to you. And you can click this website, this link, and you can also, for example, to test your student vocabulary and many more. And now, sorry, in the next, we are use namely CMC, computer mediated communication for language learning. We have this is in this era, we have namely smartphone, we have chat. Yeah. Before that, we don't have laptop. In this era, in this CMC, we have laptop, we have smartphone. Yeah. But sometimes before we have namely WhatsApp, sometimes we still do namely SMS, yeah, short message text on mobile phone, blogging, and many more. And then we are entering virtual reality, sorry, artificial intelligence and virtual reality era. In the English language teaching, namely robot-assisted language learning. Yeah, before we have computer-assisted language learning, computer-mediated learning, and right now we have robot-assisted language learning for human-computer interaction. You see in this video, the human and the robot, they are doing interaction in English. Yeah.
Is het mogelijk een sociale robot te ontwikkelen die jonge kinderen kan helpen om Nederlands of Engels te leren op een interactieve en speelse wijze? Onderzoekers van Tilburg University denken van wel. We gaan onderzoeken hoe sociale robots kinderen een tweede...
Yeah. Actually, this is developed the social robot by humanoid. But you know, when we wanted to buy this robot, the toy, I think this is a very expensive. But I don't know in your country, but in Indonesia, we have namely Shopee. We have the imitation, yeah, imitation, the toy like this. It is around $25 if you wanted to buy this toy. The similar with this humanoid. I think this is in Indonesia, this is only we have namely the toy, the tool, but in this video you see their humanoid. Actually, this is the robot. But sometimes we have imitation children toy also have the same function to help the student to learn or acquire foreign language or English language. Because if we want to buy this robot, this is a very expensive. So what should we do? We have our virtual robot, yeah, in the Google Play Store. You see the student following the robot instruction. They can touch and playing. Yeah. So this is the theory of humanoid robot for the future of education. Yeah, we see that here there are so many benefits or effective the practice and efficient impact when we are use this the robot itself in our ELT class. And then we have also namely a robot lecture.
How much learning material can you retain? Yuki is Professor Jürgen Handke's assistant at Philipps University of Marburg in Germany. Handke is known as a digital teaching pioneer and one of the first professors to have a humanoid robot assistant. The professor uses an interactive teaching approach, which is made possible by Yuki.
But you see, in this class, the robot not in the single teacher. Because they are this robot, Yuki robot, this is only the tool or just the technology to assist the student, to help the teacher. So that's why we still believe that the robot cannot replace the teacher. Because even we are use the robot itself in our classroom, but we still doing monitoring, and then we are actually practically to facilitate the student with this technology. So yeah, I will windy because 50 minutes more. And then this is my student respond when I after I give the artificial intelligence, because you know humanoid robot, this is a very expensive, so we choose namely a virtual robot that you can be downloaded in your classroom, in your Google Play Store, sorry. So this is the example of the humanoid virtual, yeah. When you see that my student don't like English very much, but when you see their conversation, their chatting with their virtual robot, I think not bad. They are still have a good English, I mean that here. Not bad that like they are respond before we are use this artificial intelligence. So I will share to you, because you are use your laptop, I will share to you this the link to the chat box. This is Mitsuku. Maybe you can write it. Oh, sorry. Copy. Okay. I will say to the chat box and you can practice. You can also share to your student. You can ask Pandora robot or this Mitsuku maybe about what is tenses and many more. You can do chatting about introducing yourself and many more. you are can ask your student to practice, and you also you can practice before you are give to your student. Don't worry. I'm actually my PPT. I have shared from to your dean, Professor Ajar. Sorry. This is about replica. Have you opened your laptop? It is working. Ma'am Pipian, the Mitsuku working? Mitsuku. Your mic, Ma'am Pipian?
Sorry, Professor, I cannot open it.
You cannot open it? What about the others? You copy and then you wait. I'm gonna share to mine. I hope it is open from my side, and I will share my slide. Wait me. I'm gonna share. It is open, ma'am. Wait me. You see my slide? This is Mitsuku. I'm sorry. Oh, we must be registered first. Oh my God, 24 hours. Because Mitsuku, this is connected to Messenger. So that's why Mitsuku asking your Facebook link. Yeah. Maybe you can try a later. Yeah. About this our artificial intelligence.
Yes, we can try later.
Yeah, you can try later. And then the next, we have, this is my student. Yeah, I'll share to you also my student. The activities when we are use this artificial intelligence. This is by using Mitsuku cookie. This is working actually. This is by using the others. Yeah, replica. So they can use replica or Mitsuku, which one they like it. So another application in Google Play Store. This is you can open namely my virtual dream friend. Yeah, I will write also in the chat box. The chat box, and you can Googling in Google Play Store. So this is my class when I'm teaching English. The first material about introduction, self-introduction. So they introduction their self with their friend, and then introduction their friend. After that, they will be talking too much about the regarding the material, their family, and then about the country, and many more they are doing in these activities. So you see my students, they are in group. Yeah, we are building them the teamwork, the group, because you see they are doing so many collaboration here. Sometimes if we don't building up there in the group, they are directly asked to the teacher. But when they are in the group, they ask their friend. If they don't have a solution from their friend, so they will be go forward to the teacher. So I think this is really help us as educator. We don't have we have time right now to being relaxed in the class, but we are monitoring the student activities. This is the example. The robot also can be, the student can listen the voice from the robot. They can be following. So the student, this is not only a chatting, they can also ask by asking them, not by texting, but also voice. So because in this platform also have a Peter, a mic, so they will be asked by voice, and the artificial intelligence will be answering also. So this is in my class when I use ChatGPT. Why? Because my student, they are very lazy to read. Their literacy very low. So that's why when we are representing our topic or our material, I'm asking them to open ChatGPT and read what they get it from ChatGPT and they representing. I think this is one of the solution also if you can you want to be active your student in the class. So by using virtual reality, wait me.
Yeah,
I'm
Professor, we got,
okay.
yeah,
Professor,
just 5 or 6 minutes to go.
Okay.
So
Wait a minute.
just a gentle reminder. Sorry, Professor.
Yeah. So this is virtual reality. I know. Don't worry. The slide I have shared, so you can use this one, the virtual reality. There are so many, and then this is my article, Scopus. You can download it. Some of my proceeding, yeah, by Springer and also by Rotlick. I think we can do so many collaboration after this class. I hope so. So we see that this is the technology only the tool, yeah. And then the technology cannot replace the teacher. But if you don't use this technology, yeah, Okay, thank you for having me and listening to me. But before I leave this slide, don't forget to answer the question. And then the last, I'm gonna share to you about, wait a minute, about the virtual reality. Just a little bit, yeah. Because I wanna share to you this a very important tool, the virtual reality. Example here. I don't know what about in your country, in your student, but mostly my student, they are never going to the airport. So that's why the virtual reality here about the airport, it really helps them. So this is the gallery of virtual reality that you see here. This is you can be designing as your teaching material. You can ask your student, maybe for example, we write here about airport, yeah. This is my material because my student never going to the airport. Sorry. I'm at the airport. Let's see. You just registered. I have shared the link. Wait a little bit. We can wait until Alice entering the room, okay? If you have, okay, I will share the link. You can join in my class because this joining my platform. Sorry, not my class. Join my platform because this is sorry. This is premium, yeah. I'll send it to you, the link. And then you can actually play this virtual reality. Sorry, wait a bit. This is opening right now about the airport. I don't know what about your student in your class. Are they visit airport. My students, they are never going to the airport, so this virtual reality really help them. What the activities from registered until flight.
Now it's final stage boarding
So,
gate 24.
So you can see here, this is
Step through the scanner.
how the this platform can help the student English.
Do you have any coins in your pocket?
If you are a click,
Please step through the scanner.
the conversation will be happening.
That's the problem. Put them in this bin and walk through
So,
the scanner. Do you have any coins in your pocket?
I hope you can use this
have some
in your class, or maybe if you wanted to do your
That's the
PhD
problem.
research, maybe you can investigate some of these platform for your study. Okay, thank you. Don't forget to answer my form. Yeah, it is open, ma'am. The form. This is some of the
Yeah,
questions.
so we receive it, and this is something playing AI to pursue a 21st age in ELT classroom. Google.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And
Okay.
all the participants,
Yeah,
you
if
met
you have any questions.
speakers. So if you have any questions because of the time constraints, and what about professor? So if we have any question, can we send email
Okay.
and something like
You can also keep in touch with me. I will send you my WhatsApp. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I think 2 hours. This is very short.
How time flies, and very insightful, and we have so many. We learn so many from you.
Actually, I representing to you, this is not only about the concept, because I really actually practice in my class, and this is happening. And then some of them, the application that I said, actually I have experiment in my class. I hope also you can do the same, and then you can do the research for that. So I have shared my WhatsApp number. Keep in touch with me. If you wanted to creating a group, you wanted to doing discussion with me, it's fine. You are welcome. Maybe for your PhD dissertation, or doing some collaboration that I have shared to you. If you follow my Facebook, are you follow me? I will send to you my Facebook. Yeah, you can follow me
Sure.
over there, because I'm sharing some of my activities, and then the collaboration. Right now, I have some of the book chapter. And this is indexing Scopus. So if you
Actually we will.
Yeah, if you are practically this artificial intelligence, because this is right now the sexy topic in many aspects, in English, in book chapter, in journal, of course you can be write, and then we can be published in book chapter conference. I think conference, this is a very good right now, the conference, and this is not expensive. I see that there are only $200 for the conference, so it will be indexing by Scopus. So published by Springer. I think this is a very good opportunity if you wanted to join it. So don't hesitate to contact me.
All the participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to stop this session. So, but Professor is so eager to give some more knowledge on AI in ELT, and we are very honored to have invited speaker today. So, and my special thanks, and also on behalf of ELT program, Buriram Rajabhat University, I would like to send and say words of thanks to our professors along with my friends and participants. Thank you so much, Professor. If we have a chance next time, we want to learn more and more from you and very updates. And I'm sure that I will send a friend request or follow you on Facebook, very active platform. Thank you. Thank you, all.
Well, don't forget to answer the form, okay? Because
here's the reminder, and please fill the Google form, the questions, a set of questions relating to playing with AI to investigate the classroom.
There is still nobody answer. I hope you can answer it.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Alice coming.
Thank you.
Professor Alice now, okay? Wait me to ask her.
Dr. Akarpong, can we start now? Yeah, okay. So good afternoon, dear professors and my dear classmates from Myanmar and China. Good afternoon, all the participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Crystal from Bachelor ELT program of Buriram Rajabhat University. And I'm the MC of this webinar. I'm so sorry today I caught a cold. So I need to wear a facial mask and my sound may hear a little bit strange. I'm sorry. And this webinar entitled Psychology and Foreign Language Learning for Effective Cultural Communication is hosted by ELT program under the Faculty of Humanity and Social Sciences, Buriram Rajabhat University, Thailand. Before the webinar, please allow me to read out the agenda of this webinar. This webinar will be officially opened with the welcome speech delivered by Chairman of ELT Program, Associate Professor, also Dean of Humanity and Social Sciences, Dr. Akarpong Numohon. The webinar will be from 1 p.m. to 2:30. There will be a Q&A session from 2:10 to 2:30. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the webinar. We are very honored to invite Chairman of ELT Program, Dean of Faculty of Humanity and Social Sciences, Associate Professor, Dr. Akarpong Numohon, to give a welcome speech. Welcome.
Ni hao ma to my Chinese student who is the MC today, and Ming Kalaba to Burmese student. How to greet in Indonesia? How to say? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, selamat siang.
Selamat datang. I've been to Indonesia. Yeah, I've been to Indonesia last few months in Bali. I try my best to recognize some words, but I'm getting old now. It is easy for me to forget things. All right. Today we are very lucky to have 3 professors from different continents. Okay, the first professor from Portugal, Europe, and the second one is from Asia, Indonesia. And the third one from Armenia, between Europe and Asia. Wow, that's wonderful indeed. Thank you so much, these 3 professors, for your time. During the talk of Professor Mut, I got a small meeting with my president. I just informed her about our PhD webinar today. She said nothing, just said, wow, unbelievable how to do that. And if it is possible, she also asked me to deliver a thankful message to 3 of you, and also invitation to 3 of you, Professor Luís, Professor Mut, and our Professor Alice, Professor Alice, sorry, to visit us in person at BU campus. Please do come, because we are going to have the big international conference on 15 February next year, next 3 months, I guess, 2 or 3 months. So now Professor Mut already accept my invitation. Now we are waiting for the kind acceptance from Professor Alice. So okay, please do come if you are available by the time. So the topics delivered by 3 professors today is so very trendy, very interesting. Professor Luís focused on intercultural communication. Professor Mutz talked about AI. And the last speaker will be about psychology. You have to listen really carefully. Psychology and ELT. Very interesting topic in this. So I think it's a good time for us to listen to a very trendy topic that will be delivered by our invited speaker, Professor Alice from Armenia. I don't know what time is it now in Armenia, Professor? In Thailand.
It's 10:15 a.m.
10:15 a.m. Okay, yeah. Okay, early than in Thailand. This morning, Professor Luís be with us at his hometown. It's about 3 a.m. early morning. So he feels sleepy by the time. Thank you so much once again. So please allow me to declare the last session of today's webinar officially open on behalf of BRU, my faculty as the Dean and also PhD program. Thank you so much once again, and the last professor, for your time. Thank you so much. Enjoy your session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So before the webinar, let me introduce our distinguished invited speaker, Dr. Alice Durgaryan. Dr. Alice Durgaryan is ESL, EFL, ESP trainer, teacher trainer, global educator and international speaker. Ph.D. at Armenian State Pedagogical University after KH. She took her MAs in the fields of psychology and foreign languages. She has taken part in many different international conferences as a speaker, in different international projects as an EFL trainer. She's also the author of many scientific articles in the field of teaching English as a second or foreign language pedagogy. Currently, she's a volunteer in different international projects and companies. She's in a life education, TESOL, TKT modules, CETFL program at American University in Armenia, business English course, CLIT, etc. She is a country representative in different international educational projects. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our distinguished invited speaker, Dr. Alice Durgaryan, with applause.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning one more time. Yes, first of all, I would like to thank for the invitation because I have had a lot of seminars, a lot of sessions and training courses in different countries, but it's for the first time for me in Thailand to be. So just, yes, it's honor for me to be. And also for the first time, I would like, I have connected my 2 MA degrees, psychology and foreign languages. I have these 2 MA degrees in different universities. And for the first time, I just try to connect and to represent how can psychology effect, let's say, not affect, but effect on our language learning. And while investigating, I want to represent not only just the psychology, but at the same time, I'm going to represent how can psychology influence on our mind, on our brain, and what can just affect in some cases not to learn foreign languages good. Also, we are going to speak in our session about one of the most important things. It's going to be psycholinguistics. Maybe it will be a terminology that you will be aware of, or in some cases you are not aware of. We are going to have all of them in our session. And I want to start my session, and I want it for you, for my friends, and also for the students to be a little bit interactive one. That's why, at first, while starting, just sorry, let me share my screen with you, because I can speak, but when something is visible, it's more convenient for the students and for the audience too. That's why. And I want to start with my my presentation with a quote. So, technological aspect for us. Okay, I think it's visible now. Yes, for you. Okay, as I have told, we are going to speak about the psychology and foreign language learning. This will be, and let's start with a quote. Psychology ideally means giving soul to language and finding language for soul. These are words by James Hillman that usually they are very important while using and also while learning the foreign language. And in order to know your first ideas, because maybe some of you, you know, how can language and psychology be connected to each other, but some of you maybe not. That's why I just offer you to go to menti.com, or if it is necessary, I can also share it in our chat. Please go to the choose a link, or you can just enter menti.com.
Dear professor, is it okay if you share the link in the chat so that we can access very easily?
I'm trying. Yes, I'm doing it. I want to share the link in the chat group. Okay. And if you need, you will have also the code. Please go through the link and enter the code. And please, in one word, give what do you understand language and psychology together. I have shared one more time the link if you need. And please, in one word, and at the same time, I will go to this one. I will open my page from it. Please go to it, and in one word, just express what do you understand by saying language and psychology. This is the code if you need. Just insert one word. You can do it during the session. At the end of the session, we will come back to see your responses in order not to more time on. Okay, let's go. You can do it during the session, and at the end of the session, I will go back to that site and we will review and at the same time see your just reviews and at the same time your ideas about the question. What, as I have told you, we are going to talk about the psychology and also some language. It is said that it's all in the mind and everything just goes, everything change when everything we go and want to learn a foreign language. What is it? Every time, for example, when a teacher wants to teach or a student wants to learn a language, they always have some kinds of difficulties. First of all, when the teacher wants to go and how to teach, what kind of methodology and pedagogical approaches the teacher should choose in order to have a really effective and also at the same time a very good just teaching process. On the other hand, the learners want to choose a style of learning in order to get the appropriate knowledge and also skills in learning foreign languages. It's going to be like psychology of learning, not only a foreign language, even in some cases also your language. And everything is just based on some kind of principles, some kind of abilities, some kinds of just skills that we need in order to know and how to learn this language. Today, in our session, we are going to talk about it. And first of all, when talking about it, we go to what kind of mindset we should have. Because learning a foreign language is going to be like a marathon, not a sprint. In this case, it's going to be something that when it takes time, the progress is slow. In some cases, we don't have a very quick, let's say, achievement or conclusions, and it's go to, from psychological point of view, we can just go to be depressed, to be stressful, and everything just to give up and not continue. And what can we do in order just to have a growth of mindset? In this case, first of all, it's going to be like beliefs that our abilities in learning language are not fixed, but they can be developed. It means that we can have a base or we don't have a basement that we can, but we can have, for example, a stepping stone, and step by step we can just increase, and with different kinds of efforts, strategies, and investment of time and will. And the result of it is going to be to learn a foreign language. However, for example, when everything doesn't go well, everything, and the learner just feels helpless, believing that there is a little, they can just do everything in order to improve and overcome their just difficulties. In this case, what can they do? In psychology, there is going to be used 3 C's: competence, control, and connectedness. What are they? Let's start from the competence. Competence is going to be like a feeling that when the learner feels that I can. It is like respect to learning a language. When they say I can, in this case, many difficulties from psychological just point of view, that just sees that it's going to be something that they can do. Even if there are a lot of difficulties, even if there are a lot of barriers, starting from the speaking, starting from the remembering, starting from different kinds of points of view of learning a foreign language. The second one is going to be like a control. it's like being controlled. It's going to be like a feeling that can be generated when the learners are empowered with a sense of control. Because when you have control, in this case, they are like can select and initiate the approaches to learning, what is possible in their context. And a sense of control also considers how learners express their perceived, their received successes and failures to themselves and others. In this case, control helps them just to go ahead to overcome them, and at the same time, while having control, they knew how to plan and how, after planning, how to go on. And also the connectedness. This is going to be like the third C, and it refers to the feeling connected, not only to their teachers, but also to be connected to their friends, to the materials, to the approaches, everything, every component that is included in the whole process of learning. And in this case, when learners feel that belong in a group or maybe a team, and they feel care for each other as people, and in terms of their learning progress, they are more likely to engage and be active in their own language. Just imagine yourself when you learn the language alone, and when you learn the language with a group or with your teacher or someone. There is someone who can give you feedback. There is someone who can just encourage you, and there is someone who can always give a hand to you when you really have such kind of opportunity. For example, even when you are stressful, someone just can encourage yourself. Just remember yourself when you were learning, when you start learning a foreign language, when there were some cases, your teacher, you were just very stressful, you can't pronounce or you can't remember the words, and always with psychology, let's say, of encouragement, your teacher always just told you that you can do it. And in this case, it means that you are going to have all the necessary components to go ahead. These are three C's that usually may be, first of all, from psychological point of view, very positive effect they can have on and influence on your mind, first of all, on your brain, and also on your ideology that you can do it. Because when you just assure yourself, I can do it, it goes to the control that really you can do it. And at the end of it, when you just feel yourself that you are connected to a group who are in the same situation that you are, and while cooperating and collaborating, you can go ahead. This is one side of psychology that is going to be helpful for every learner who wants to start learning language. Now, let's think a little bit, and in our chat box, you can just leave some expression. Is language connected to the psychology? This was like a small introduction. I have represented to you that psychology is, let's say, encouraging stimulus or something that can really be helpful for you to go ahead, to help you to improve, not only, for example, to help you to learn the language, but at the same time, it's going to be something that really will be helpful to learn the language while realizing it, and at the same time, while thinking that psychology is a stimulus for you to go ahead. But if we have such kind of opportunity, I would like to know in the chat. If not, later you can just send your reviews about how do you think about the connection between language and psychology. Today, I want also to represent you the, let's say, the connection between the psychology and linguistics, because there is another separate branch in linguistic, and at the same time in psychology. They are both a separate branch, which is called as psycholinguistics. there are a lot of theories connected with the psycholinguistics because they just give you an opportunity how a person acquires a language, produces and perceives both spoken and also written language. And there are different kinds of theories. Some of them, they are saying that stressing on the psychology, some of them just stressing the linguistics, some of them just pay attention to the how it can be formulated and how it can be expressed. Depending on the theories and depending on the series representatives, it goes, there are different kinds of things. But first of all, it's going to be like the integration of psychology and linguistics in one field. And psychology is going to be like the study of mind, and linguistic is going to be like the study of language. And there are the, let's say, the relationship between the human mind and the language as it examines the process that occurs in our brain and how we can just represent and how we can express. And also at the same time, it is like covers and also not only the processes of the language, but also the processes of the psychology. And first of all, it's going to focus on 3 different spheres: language production, language perception, and language acquisition. First of all, let's go to the language production. Language production is going to be refers to the processes involved in creating and expressing meaning through language. Language perception is going to be process involved in interpreting and also understanding both written and spoken language. And language acquisition is going to be the process of acquiring of a native or maybe a second or let's say a foreign language. And as you see, there are 3 different ones, but they all are connected. And if we combine all these 3 points, we will see that they are going to be 3 points and 3 main branches of psycholinguistics. And in this case, we can say that it's going to be something that is referring to the language and to the psychology at the same time, developing all the things. Now, let's go and think how this process is usually completed and how this process is conducted. Because while teaching and while the learner, there are 2 different sides about psychology and linguistics. At the same time, they have different influence on the teacher and also on the learner. Let's a little bit go from this point. First of all, it's going to be like organization of a teaching process. It can be the work and also material that the teacher usually choose in order how to give, how to explain, and how to get the feedback from the learner. It's going to depend on general psychology theory, because first of all, when choosing the material that is necessary for the teacher to teach, they have to choose the material just focusing on different kinds of characteristic features. The age maybe, the level, the student purposes or the course objectives, etc. This is all coming from the general psychology and also paying attention to the psychology separate parts that are connecting with the learning of foreign language. And also it's going to be like a typology of many psychological development levels. What kind of, what do we want? For example, according to the cognitive approach, it's going to be, we may pay more attention to the cognitive processes, and in some cases, maybe we don't pay attention to the linguistic characteristic features or vice versa. And also what kind of individual characteristic features we have, because depending on individual characteristic features can differ. Just imagine a person who is learning a foreign language when he is 5 years old, when he is 10 years old, when he is 20 and maybe 40 plus. There is a big difference between all these processes. and according to the psychological features, it's going to be like something that we have to focus on the age and psychology and the also purposes, objectives, and everything that is all the components that are connected with it. And as an approach, we can just define that it can be in some cases like psycholinguistic all three components like language production, comprehension, and also language exhibition. And for many other questions, in order to take into account, we can say that it mainly answers just two questions. What knowledge of language is needed for the student or for us to use language, and what cognitive processes are involved in the ordinary use of language, because connecting and knowing these two parts and connecting them together, in this case, we are going to know more about how to do, how to represent the material, and how it will be just influenced by the learners and how the learners have achieved and how they can give feedback. Was the psychological approach, or has the psychological, let's say, sector being more effective for the student or not? It can be just analyzed, and maybe it even can force to work out an effective model or maybe approach or strategy that can be really useful to use psychology like not a tool, but let's say like an approach, like something that can benefit to the foreign language learning process. And in some cases, some people say that really, when we say, when we want to learn a foreign language, in some cases, it is said that good language learners had to have unique personality, profile. This was just offered by Norton and Toohey in 2001, but it has so many controversial points at the same time, because some people say that no, it can't be true. But on the other hand, when there were so many experiments and at the same time different kinds of surveys, some people even try to just to say that really it's going to be something that good language learners can have a unique personality profile. Let's examine together. Just let's remember your experience when you started learning a foreign language. What kind of person you were? Maybe in some cases, if we go to the personality, character traits of the learner, we can see that the ones who achieved in learning a foreign language, they have maybe a strong willpower, they were hardworking, they were so many different kinds of positive things. And vice versa, the ones who just failed in learning a foreign language, what they were doing. In some cases, they were lazy, they don't want to continue, they have just faced a lot of different kinds of difficulties, and after it, they just gave up because they didn't want just to one. And if we compare these two profiles, we will see that good language learners are the ones who have really unique personality profile because they could achieve, they could overcome all kinds of difficulties and all kinds of barriers. They could just struggle, go till the end, and at the end just get an opportunity to really to win this situation. But in some cases, it can be really very difficult for other people who haven't achieved, and maybe they will just think that it's not their sphere. But there are many different kinds of maybe exceptions when this unique personality profile, let's say, approach was not good for many people, and many people could just go, and at the same time many people could just achieve and just to say that we could do. But it can be also, on the other hand, for example, so many researchers on the good language learner that they were just focused on the personality traits, which can be really very overly just simplistic. It can tells that learners can be neatly categorized according to their scores on 5 personality traits, and at the same time they can be described from this point of view. Let's take into account another version of it. The people who have good language learners can be surveyed and explored from the point of view of their high scores. Let's divide it when there is a test, and the students who score highly and the students who score poorly. From this point of view, if we pay to the psychology of it, again, if we start, for example, to examine the like, let's say, characteristic, character, or maybe the figure of the learner who has scored highly and the one who hasn't. Again, we will have some kind of contraction, at the same time, some kind of connection between them. The ones who were really good at learning the language, they can just score highly. But at the same time, according to some, their psychological character traits, they can even fail. This is another version that some researchers said that really psychology can help them to learn the language and score highly, but at the same time, according to their characteristic traits, they can even fail. So the fact that they have a good language learner profile, they are hardworking, they are very purposeful, etc. This is another version maybe that can be really have different kinds of points, and it's going to be, as psychologists just suggest, it's going to be like personality traits summarized like a person's typical behavior, but it can also at the same time include the ideas, the thought, and the emotion. And personality traits are going to be like assumed to remain just quite stable over a lifetime, in contrast with the states which are more transitory and context dependent. And trait psychologists just agree that it's going to be like hierarchical, like development of the personality. And according to it, it's going to be like in different stages of the life, according to their characteristic behavior, let's say features, the language learning process can just differ from one another. And according to it, there can be different kinds of just, let's say, conclusions about it, that in this case, the people in this stage can be very, very successful and good language learners. But due to their behavior and at the same time psychological changes, it can be changed too. That's why in some cases, we should just pay attention also to our psychological character traits too. What kind of learner, what kind of characteristic just traits we have as learners and as teachers. And according to it, just habit. In many cases, there is going to be like another version. It's going to be like contextual, something that is connected with our learning. And while learning, many people just struggle. For example, they struggle learning foreign language, regardless to their nationality or language they are trying to learn. Just imagine, some people say, if you want to train your brain, you should start learning a foreign language. And as hard the language is, as harder the process of language learning is, as, let's say, more beneficial will be for you. I remember myself when I started learning Chinese, I started having just one purpose. I wanted to know, while teaching a foreign language, who hasn't known my native language and I haven't known their native language, there was a little bit just difficulties between me and the student, because in some cases it wasn't, for example, easy for me. I remember 2-3 years ago, there was a program. I was just collaborating with Myanmar, one of the Myanmar universities, and in the framework of the program, I have to teach the staff of the university English language. This was a great experience for me, because when I started, first of all, the students, they didn't know my language. I didn't know their language, because as I know, in Myanmar, besides the official language, they have other languages too. And it was so hard for me, because my student he just knew hi and goodbye. And it's all. It was the first, let's say, barrier for me that I started to struggle with the learners, and at the same time with my students, what to do. It just required me a lot of time to make ready my presentations, because I had to make my presentations in a way that really would help my students to improve, and at the same time to be able to understand each other and to learn. And it really gave me a new ideas. And when we were just finalizing our program, and I was also giving the feedback, what we have done and how difficult it has been for us, for me and for the students to do, but we could achieve. And it just helped me for second, for third, and other time to be more, let's say, self-confident in order to go. The first is this also, for example, that's why I started just learning also Chinese, in order to understand the psychology of the learner from another point. It's one thing, for example, when the teacher and the student know one, let's say, connected language, it's very easy. In any case, they can just change to their language and to explain if there are some kinds of rules. But another psychology, when you don't know this language, and while learning a foreign language, for example, I try to understand the psychology of the learner, what kind of psychology, what kind of, let's say, requirements or demands or something they need in order to learn a foreign language. This is, as a psychologist, let's say, as an educator or teacher, this is another field that really every teacher and also at the same time the learner should know before starting learning a foreign language. Because the teacher, let's take the teacher, he can explain just thinking that the learner, it was understandable for them, but the learner seems from another point of view, and there are some kinds of contrasts. That's why it's very important to have it. And in this case, it's very important to know about one of the psychological concepts. Is going to be contextual learning, because in this case, the influence our physical context, emotions, and state of mind on our ability to recall the information that we learn. It just helps you, for example, when the places in which we learn and the methods we just employed have more meaning to us, we are better able to recall the information. In other words, let's say the environment just plays a crucial role in our ability to learn anything or something or languages. And hence, it is important to understand this influence and how to use it in our like an advantage. For example, when we want to memorize lists of words out of context, it's like a waste of effort and potential. And as they are meaningless and soon forgotten very, very soon. But if we learn some words, for example, in contextual learning, just imagine a word, for example, let's say, admiring. We can explain the student, for example, that admiring means this one of the students tries to think from psychological, oh, I understand the content of this word and I can just memorize it. But when we give one example, oh, your mother is so admiring. And every time when the student, like, let's say, we try to influence on the brain, on the mind of our learner, and every time when he just will meet this word, he was, oh, admiring, it's going to be this word. And it's going to be like contextual learning. And it's going to be like to analyze like a talent, believing that in every case, while learning in the context, it will help me. And also in this case, we can just realize that it's going to be something that we believe that we can do, and the belief that we can achieve, and that our learning process is going to be, let's say, more achievable and more purposeful. And this will just give me an opportunity to go ahead as a learner. And also from the point of view teacher, also a new belief that we are going to achieve, we are going to have positive attitudes, etc. And it's going to be like language, psychology of language learning, like the study of interrelation between linguistic factors and psychological aspects. And in this case, it's going to be like a separate individual and or a representative of the society, but also it's going to be like, let's say, achieve, going to be to work out and to conduct a process of communication. And while having psychology and also language learning process, these are going to be completed in one place, at the same time including different kinds of factors, reasons, components, and all of them, they are connected to each other. And at the same time, they are not only connected, but at the same time, they are going to be the ones that really we need when we want to go one level up in our just memory, in our thoughts, in our brain. And it's going to be like the new stage of the development. And psychology has different kinds of reasons, that same type factors that can impact on language learning. It's going to be like the communication, and in communication, it's going to be something that really plays a good and at the same time an important role on us. It's going to be like communication is something that is with us during our whole life, and how we communicate. If we take away like non-verbal gestures, mimics, etc., let's concentrate on the verbal communication. And how can we communicate? We can communicate, first of all, through the language. First of all, through our language one, our mother language. And secondly, when we start learning foreign languages, it gives us a lot of opportunities to go ahead, to learn and have more perspectives for our development. And it's going to be like something that not only just to communicate, to learn, to share, but also to establish the relationship with other peoples. And also it can be like in day-to-day life, and also it can be communication which can be based on the psychological factors. And while changing the environment, while growing up, it just changes. And at the same time, it can include, and also it can also take away some kind of factors or for some components that are really not necessary for them to go ahead. And in some cases, it is said that psychology and also communication of psychology also influences on the changes of the psychology of a person. Just remember yourself, for example, when you haven't started learning the foreign language, you have known only your own language, your mother language first. And now when you know 2 and more languages, or what kind of personality you have and how you as a learner or as a teacher, you have been changed in this case. And from this point of view, we can just say that people, there is a big difference between the communication between the communication and your brain processes have become just more active one, because you start thinking not only, oh, it's my language, it's very easy, I can think, I can reproduce, I can just, everything is very, very easy for me. But let's go and see what it can be, because in communication, language plays a vital role. In communicating, we just express our opinions, our thoughts, our expressions, emotions, information about anything we are interested in. And it really differs in different stages. And it can be like something that in some cases we can say that psychology can help to communicate more beneficial. And psychology just influences how to construct, how to build and develop not only the relation, but also at the same time how to develop the types of communication too. And from this point of view, it can have also create negative and positive impact on how the person feels, how the person thinks, and how the person's behavior is look like. Because a person who knows a foreign language, maybe in some cases can be more self-confident than the person who doesn't know a foreign language, or the vice versa. Knowing the foreign language can't make the person more self-confident, because he will be still shy, he will be still ashamed, he will be still not just in some cases not just wanting to speak, just having a lot of fears, and it can just give them can create a lot of just barriers of speaking. And next time, every time when a person wants to start learning a foreign language, these psychological, let's say, barriers or psychological environment that is negative for him, he won't he won't want just to take a risk to go ahead and to try one more time until he will achieve in this case. That's why it's very important, first of all, to pay attention what kind of psychological factors and also their impact, and also their different kinds of things that can be really very important for him to influence. And in many cases, for example, learning different kinds of techniques, it can be applicable to learn not only a language, but also to learn other aspects, and also to learn the same techniques from different points. And also in some cases, today's 21st century technological impact, it also can be connected, and also at the same time can influence on the learner, and will be, why not, beneficial for him to go ahead to learn and not forget about the things that really these technologies can be helpful for them to go. And in the era of globalization and rapid diffusion of knowledge, all the nations are aware of the need to prepare their citizens to perform in ways that would ensure their prosperity and eminence in the world. In other words, it should be competitive, and they have to be able to function well in multinational, industrial enterprises, international trade, in different kinds of educational sphere, diplomacy, and also, why not, scientific, technological areas of expertise. And they have to be innovative. they should be contributive and also going to the knowledge based of the just on the word. And in order to achieve such kind of goals, they need to be able to utilize the most widely used medium, first of all, English, because as I say that while learning, while going, first of all, knowing a foreign language can open them a lot of doors, let's say. It will give a lot of opportunities to the person to go ahead to achieve and knowing. Maybe, for example, let's take like as an example for us. If we don't know, for example, English, if we don't know how to communicate in a foreign language, it would be more difficult for us to communicate, even to study, to learn something, because nowadays it's going to be due to the development of technology. It gives really at the same time many different kinds of easier ways to learn a foreign language, and it also everyday life, everyday technological development, different kinds of new opportunities sometimes also influence on the mind and psychology of the person, and it just forces them to go and to learn a foreign language. But in some cases, many psychological factors also play a key role and determines the students' academic performance and improvement in schools and high educational institutions in learning a foreign language. And research studies just show that various psychological factors, such as can be the fear of making mistakes, lack of self-confidence, lack of motivation, etc. They have their own, let's say, input investment, and at the same time, they have their psychological influence on learning a foreign language. Let's go ahead and try to analyze each of them. The first one, let's go to start with the fear of making mistakes. The difference amongst the learners is the most common, I think, factor. I'm afraid of making mistakes, especially according to the psychology. As younger you are, as easier it's to learn a language. There is such kind of belief in the psychology that people like to say. And while starting and while being teenager, adult, etc., people start having fears of making mistakes. What's the difference between the person who is 5 years old and wants to learn a foreign language and between the adult who also wants to learn a foreign language? The first and maybe the meaningful difference between them is that the 5-year-old child nearly almost doesn't just think of the fear of making mistakes, and he is not afraid of making mistakes. And every time, even with mistakes, he can speak, he can express himself, he can tell about his thoughts, ideas, without thinking that there are a lot of mistakes in his pronunciation, maybe from the grammar points of view, from the speaking, etc., etc. There can be a lot of different kinds of mistakes in this case. And he never just worries about making mistakes. But while being as an adult, when you want even to pronounce the simplest syllable or the simplest short word in a foreign language, or you just repeat in your mind so many times, am I right? Is it or something? And in this case, it's going to be like, during the learning process, a learner just undergoes a rigorous circle of learning process and commits mistakes in general, and this situation in some cases brings to the fear that he starts being afraid of making mistakes. But if we psychologically we think about it, we should just understand that making mistake, it's okay. Every person can make, even the native speaker can make this mistake. It's okay, especially just assuring that this is a foreign language. It's not your native language. and it doesn't require you to know correctly and 100% to know the foreign language and to use it. No, this will, in some cases, this, let's say, concept of strategy can force you to think, and you can start being afraid of making mistakes. But on the other hand, psychologically, you should understand that it's going to be in your mind, and on your mistake, you can learn better and better, and there will be a stage when you really won't do any kind of mistakes from this point of view. The second component is going to be lack of self-confidence. Self-confidence, how self-confidence you are when you want to go, and also how you learn. It usually occurs when there is a communication gap in classroom conversation, everyday talk, or in their attention levels, understanding levels of materials, etc. There are different kinds of factors that can lead to lack of self-confidence. And in this case, it's very important the role of teacher. The teacher should pay attention to the pedagogical approaches to motivate the learners in learning effectively and to help them to go ahead and to learn. Just putting away that they can just be afraid of or not self-confident. And going, as you see, one component is connected with the lack of motivation. Motivation, I think, is one of the most important consideration in language learning process. And it's going to be like a stimulus, like an energy of a person. Because when you are motivated, it doesn't matter. You are shy, you are thinking that you are adult, you are going to make mistakes. No. When you are encouraged and motivated, you just go. And in this case also, it's very important for teachers to encourage and to motivate their students, because when the student is motivated, he can study. He can make the same mistake for 10 times, but it doesn't matter. He will continue struggling with other people, with materials, with the rules, with the speaking barriers, everything until he will achieve in his difficult just process. And that's why always just encourage your students to go ahead to improve their performance, to improve their knowledge, to improve their skills and abilities. And it's very important also psychological, important to have creativity. What can you do? Creativity is going to be like in the study of psycholinguistics, witnesses a lot of research, and also at the same time there are a lot of investigation in order to know the full potential of the learners. And creativity is known also as a tendency to generate an idea, plan, organize, analyze the situation, how they can improve, and also how they can solve the problem situation. Just when you give a task, when you give even, for example, project work, or when you give a problem situation, it's very important to help the student to go ahead. It's very important for the student to see and also to go and to create something, to be creative. And while imagining, while imaginary putting all the parts of the sentence, at the end they will just get the result they really want to get. And in this case, creativity of a person can prosper in a free, at the same time motivating environment without any kind of barriers. And it can also lead to one particular area to achieve, to do improvements in difficult situations. Because, for example, when a person is struggling how to pronounce, the creativity can help him. How? For example, imagine a syllable or a dictum that it's very difficult for the student, or if the student is suffering how to pronounce, is afraid of, I can just use a simple method or something, or just with a class, we can just say, oh, Now we are going to pronounce this syllable. For example, let's say a melody, or I don't know, learn how we pronounce. Please, the student, can ask the student to pronounce. Just tell the wall, tell the window, like some kinds of creative environment, artificially just creating this environment for them to go ahead. And in this case, you will see that this creative approach of the teacher, or in some cases, the creative approaches of examples of learners will show that really it really improves and helps to go ahead and not be afraid of, and it really helps them to improve some skills they really need. And also in some cases, while being creative at the same time, the learners they can be anxious to it when you are nervous, and it is associated with the learning activity. And in some cases, it creates like anxiety can create situations when it can negatively, let's say, affect on the behavior, on the mind, and on the psychology of the learner. And in this case, they can become not self-confident, and it will just also not be motivating for the learner. In this case, the teacher should understand the situation and also the feeling of learners in the classroom, and try to help them not just very positive atmosphere for them to feel, and not to think that really anxiety can let's say win them. And in this case, really it can be helpful for them too. And anxiety can be thought like an barrier for a learner, because even when you start speaking, when you don't know the information, yes, when you are not aware of the material or something, a person psychologically he becomes anxious and starts just thinking that he can't, just losing the level of just going down with the level of the motivation, confidence, and he starts making mistakes. Oh, I'm very anxious, I can't speak. No, we can just psychologically go improve, and vice versa, struggle towards it, trying to win and to make it, to change, to transfer it to another field. And while making and assuring the student and motivating the student, the feeling of anxiety can be just put away. And it can be just thought as a feeling that is short-term feeling and can be just overcome, and not just to take it into account seriously and just to focus on it, and it will just only harm the learner and the teacher and the whole process too. Next one component here we have, and when we speak, it's going to be about the feeling of shyness. I think this is going to be like connected to the emotions of person, and every person just undergoes certain stage of emotions every day. And while being shy, sometimes it just prevent the person not to go ahead, not to learn, to stop in the middle of the way, thinking that really, oh, I'm shy, I can't speak, I will make a lot of mistakes. As you see, this is another version of a negative attitude of the person, that the person can't think of it. That's why while being shy, it can be just again, to try to change it, to transfer, to rechange and reuse this one as from another point. Let's take into consideration a learner who is very shy. What can we do as a teacher? We can just organize a group. We can organize a project, a group work, a teamwork. And this person who is very shy of speaking English, we can give him the active role. And maybe the first thing, oh, I can't, he won't be self-confident. But while motivating step by step, we will see that this shy person has already changed into an active one, because he knows that he can just win the barriers, he can overcome these barriers and go ahead and become a person who really is the one who can not be shy. And it's not like a bad thing or a negative situation or thing or characteristic feature that you are shy. No, vice versa. You should be an active person, an active learner, and go ahead. And also, this forms the attitude of the person. What kind of attitudes, which covers, which just includes all the characteristic traits, the behavior, intelligence, self-knowledge, their just motivation. As you see, this is going, attitude is going to be all the components. It doesn't matter positive or negative, taking into account that these negative things have been rechanged into the positive way to be used. Everything is included in the sphere of attitude. Person, according what kind of attitude, from psychological point of view they have, it will influence on their foreign language learning process, because it can, in some cases, maybe it has negative beliefs and behavior or values, but it can be also changed vice versa into the positive one. And positive attitude persons in this case will become, they will be more self-confident, they will be motivated, they will pay interest to learn in anything, to learn something they really are interested in it. And all these components, while connecting to each other, we can see that really they are something that we need, first of all, to develop in our inner psychology when we want or when we have an intention of starting learning a foreign language. And while taking into consideration, into account all these points, all these components, we will see that if we have a positive attitude, it will help us to go ahead, to see, to think, to learn, to struggle, and at the same time to just to win at the end of the process. Okay, today we try to speak how can psychology improve, how can psychology influence, and how can we as learners or as teachers use psychology to achieve in our foreign language process. And while concluding, we can say that language learning is based on cognitive levels of the human being affected from the factors of social, economic, environment, and psychological. How the society, how the development of the technologies can help people, can help learners, how they can influence on the learning process. What kind of environment we create to have, and what kind of environment we want to have when learning a foreign language. And also from psychological point of view, what characteristic features, traits, or what components we need to pay attention to when starting learning a language. And also, teacher also should create a friendly and open environment for them to motivate to learn. Imagine yourself when you first started learning a foreign language, how, just remember your foreign language teachers. Have they motivated you? How motivated you have been since you started learning a foreign language? And what kind of atmosphere you have had in your path. And also, learners should have a positive attitude in learning the language, and at the same time, it should go to be passionate, to be to have a great tolerance in learning it, because when you are patient, when you are tolerant, you have a positive attitude, and also you have been motivated by your teacher, being in positive environment of learning the language, you will see that really it's going to be something that I have need and I haven't thought for such a long time, to think that what I really need to learn a foreign language. And for summing up, I would like to ask you to think about today's session in five, psychologically, let's say, in five different categories when learning the foreign language. Imagine when you start learning, you start from the words, yes, in foreign language. Please try to think of one word that you have taken from our session. Then we go to the phrases. Think of one phrase about today's session. Then a little bit when we improve our foreign language knowledge, think of now one sentence that was beneficial for you from this session. Then one feeling, now how after this session you feel yourself. Are you going to start learning a new foreign language? Are you going to use psychology, which can benefit and motivate you to learn the foreign language? And also think of one color from this session. I try to include different colors in my presentation in order not to have, let's say, influence on your thinking, on your mind, and on your behavior. But from this point of view, please think of these five different categories. It would be great if I had feedback about this summing up activity. If someone wants just to share from our audience, it will be great if someone just wants to share. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, here goes the Q&A session. If you have any question, please ask our doctor. Thank you.
Okay, dear professor, thank you for your informative lecture. I have one question. My PhD dissertation is about the effects of flipped classroom instruction associated with process approach on Chinese university students' English writing abilities and self-efficacy. So I want to know the relationship between motivation and self-efficacy. Motivation, in my opinion, can be divided into two categories. The first one is intrinsic motivation, and the other one is extrinsic motivation. So, Professor, could you give me some suggestions or clues on how to investigate these two types of motivations effects on writers' self-efficacy?
Okay, thank you for the question. You can start first of all from the methodology and also try to choose not many, but maybe 2-3 approaches about the teaching, your teaching process. And from this point of view, you can just investigate. For example, if you choose a communicative approach, how the student can be motivated. And also on the other hand, what can you do to motivate your students? Taking into account that communicative approach is going to be something that really the students need without being motivated and at the same time to speak, yes? Because this approach gives you not focuses, let's say, if we take the balance, it more focuses on communication than, for example, and less on the materials. This can be one approach for you. Or you can, for example, take another approach like constructivism. And in this case, you can construct step by step. First of all, you can do a pre-diagnostic test with your student. It can include 2 or 3 questions in order just to find out the, let's say, in other words, please do need analysis of your students. What are the needs of your students, and according to it, and also following the steps of the approach constructivist, just step by step, just start when you have nothing. Your students are not motivated, but they have these needs, and how you can construct, and step by step try to build this motivation. And when your process is ended, is completed, again, give another diagnostic test to your students. And you have 2 different kinds of data. You can just compare these data, and you will see what kind of motivation characteristic features you have found out. Or another, this is one case. The second case, again, pre-diagnostic test with the students who are very motivated and they have self-confidence. They are not afraid of being mistaken, etc. And again, diagnostic test. For them, choose a difficult course or a difficult module to complete. And again, at the end of it, another diagnostic test and compare. You will see, I just have my not, let's say, 3, let's say, conclusions in this case. I will say that the students with the first case who were not motivated by the module was very interesting. It will show you high scores. But the students from psychological who were motivated, just struggling with some kinds of difficulties, they have become less motivated. You will see the data, just balance, and as a solution, you can work out a module which can include different points, like it can include resources, it can include some effective method, it can include some kinds of maybe steps that can help for your students to develop motivation. And your PhD research, let's say, novelty will be this module. And how you have done this will be your survey. And as a conclusion, you will have like a novelty, a module that it will be your novelty of your PhD work, but it will be used for us by other teachers too, to improve the motivation for them. Just try to, first of all, the first step for you will be needs analysis. Just find out what needs the learners have and what is required to achieve. Just you can make up different kinds of questionnaires. For example, it can be very short. You can create a Google form and just share the link, and many anonymous just researchers or I don't know participants, they can just fill in, and according to it you can analyze your data, and you will see again really this will be really true, but everything just based on the needs of your students, because let's say they are real examples for you that you can, and it will be at the same time novelty for you too. You can just have your investment in pedagogical, just scientific field for you from your point of view, and it will just at the same time be helpful for your students, because you, with the help of your needs of your students, you can just come to not outcome, but let's say you can come to a product, and it will be your product, how to achieve, how to struggle and also overcome these barriers. This will be, I think it's my opinion. I'm not just sharing my thoughts that in this let's say in this field, what are my thoughts and how, if I had such kind of opportunity, how I would solve this problem.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
So Professor, I have a question. So firstly, thank you for giving us that insightful lecture. Please let me introduce myself. I'm Crystal from China. I have been teaching college English for 18 years. But one problem faced me, including many college English teachers. Because in China, for college students, they are very shy, very quiet in the classroom. They are not confident enough to express in English. So if they are children or if they are kids, we know how to encourage them. We can give them some presents, give them some candies and so on to encourage them. But for adults, like our students, it's difficult for us to encourage them to speak. So do you have some suggestions for me? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I agree with you, because at this moment also I have students from China whom I am teaching IELTS and TOEFL, and I can see in my group I have, for example, 2-3 students, but when we start, they have very little base, let's say, knowledge in English, and when we start preparing for the IELTS, let's say international exam or something, every time I try to find ways to encourage them. First of all, try to have positive atmosphere. When from psychological points, when, for example, just assure them not to be afraid of being mistaken. Sometimes as a teacher, you can even do a mistake or I was mistaken. Sorry, this word. In this case, you just break the barrier between you and students, and the student just understands that sometimes you can be you can make mistakes too. The second, for example, sometimes when there are such kind of case, someone, let's take one student can ask me, oh, Professor, can you say me what this word means? And initially I just say, oh, sorry, but I don't remember the explanation of this word. Let's do together. And this encourages my student, because, oh, the professor doesn't know, and she's not ashamed of telling me that I don't know this word. This gives another assurance for my students that really I can give him the just confidence that I don't know. And what we do usually, we try, I just share my screen, we just try to, or students who can just look up the word is a dictionary. Oh, yes, let's try. The third one, for example, it can be difficult for a student, for example, to retell, yes, a text. Let's imagine we have read a text and it's necessary to retell. What I usually do, after reading, I try to start asking questions to my student. Let it be the answer yes or no. Very simple questions. Then, according to their answers, I use very often the method of mapping. I just to construct, to have, let's say, the brief map of the story on my board. It can be with phrases, it can be with one sentence, and then ask my students, please, let's try to retell the text. Here you have the map of the story. Even you can, if you don't know how to speak or how to retell, you can even read what is written on the map. And going through the map, we could. I have so many cases when the students are very poor at speaking in English, but through the mapping, they could just do it. The next point of view will be to create environment, English speaking environment. Sometimes when they just talk, I say, oh, sorry, I'm not, for example, I'm not Armenian. I don't understand you. And try to speak because I always just tell them, when you are abroad, when you are in foreign country, which is English speaking country, in these countries always the people, even the native speakers, they don't pay attention to your pronunciation. They don't pay attention to your mistakes. And they pay attention just even with mistakes. Even if you say, yesterday I go to the cinema, the native speaker will understand you that yesterday you went to the cinema. And it's very important for them just to think that you are not afraid of speaking, and such kind of environment. And also games are very important, let's say, not tool, but component of our lessons. Try to have a lot of games, a lot of methods. For example, when you have a long text and your student even is ashamed of reading, you can divide your group into 4 parts. Use the jigsaw method. Each group can read 1 part and give you, or there is another method. It is called as 4 corners. One group is reading the text and then representing. The second group is investigating from the internet. For example, let's say the topic is New Year. The second group is investigating some extra information from the internet. The third group instruction is, please try read the text and represent it. It can be through painting, it can be through singing, I don't know, role play or something. This is third group. And fourth group construction is you can create a poem, acrostics, or even a crossroad or a puzzle. This is your, and you will see 4 different groups. And when every group is representing the same topic from 4 different corners, they are very motivated. This is, I think, there are a lot of methods that you can just start motivating your students what to do, how to do. And in this case, you will see that your students are motivated, and you will, all these barriers and difficulties can be just overcome. Just change your, let's say, teaching style, first of all. This will be.
Well, thank you, Professor. Very useful suggestions for me. Okay. Wow. How time flies. Thank you, Dr. Alice Durgaryan, for giving us an insightful and a very enlightening lecture. We learned a lot from you. And now let's welcome Chairman of ELT Program, Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Associate Professor Dr. Akarapong Numahom, to give us the closing remark. Welcome.
Sorry, Professor, you are muted.
Thank you, Crystal MC. Even if you are not fine today because of cold, you're still coming to attend this very interesting session. I just visited the website, looking at the Armenia. Where is it? Oh, it's very beautiful city, very beautiful countries. Next to Turkey, I guess. I've been to Turkey, Istanbul, last year, I guess. Presented my paper at Istanbul University. So Armenia is not far from Istanbul, I guess, and very, very beautiful and peaceful countries. So we highly hope that in the near future we may be coming to visit Professor Alice. And first, she should come to our university in Thailand, and then we will come and visit her at her countries. All right. Very interesting indeed, what was spoken by our university speaker today, even if online, but still be very active, very useful. So if she will be able to be with us in person on campus, it is more interesting, I guess, and more useful for us. And you can ask her directly in person. So highly hope to have her in the near future, maybe in Thailand, in Myanmar, together with Aung Tae-soo, in China, maybe in Indonesia, somewhere in the world. So on behalf of Buriram Rajabhat University, my faculty, I am as the Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, and as a chairman of PhD program, who is the host of this webinar. I would like to thank you very so much, my PhD student. So please join me, all of you, in giving a big applause to our event speaker today at the end of the session. Thank you so much, Professor Alice. Please keep in touch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your academic support. I hope to have you with us once again in the near future. Okay, now it's time to end our session. Please allow me to declare the third session of today's webinar officially closed. Thank you. Take care and stay tuned. Keep in touch. ขอบคุณครับ Thank you. Bye bye. ขอบคุณครับ Thank you.